you, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting of the Raleigh City Council. We are going to start with today the recognition of special awards, and today we have our Employee Big Idea Award.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is always an honor where we can recognize our outstanding employees. And this month, Mary Vigue with the Office of Budget and Management Services will notice the most recent award recipients from the Big Ideas Award.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Mary Vigue from Budget Management Services. The City of Raleigh's Big Idea Award and program continues to recognize ideas that make major impacts in the daily lives of our employees and residents. Staff recently worked to improve this program and encourage the development of innovative thinking in the organization. We have created the Employee Idea Incubator, which is a new monthly drop-in service where employees can share their continuous improvement ideas with dedicated coaches in the city's Think Shark Tank, right? So the dedicated Idea Incubator coach mentors and guides employees throughout their idea development, including the formal Big Idea Award submission process. So that's a little update about where we are with the program. This month's winner is Joshua McConnell from the Building Development Division in Planning and Development, who developed the idea for an instant inspection program for residential water heater and HVAC system changeouts. The instant inspection program decreases the overall time for completing inspections and eliminates the inconvenience of scheduling a second appointment for those inspections. These improvements may result in higher customer satisfaction, both for the homeowner and the technician. Building on the city's use of virtual inspections, the instant inspection idea will decrease overall fuel consumption and vehicle mileage used by city employees, while increasing the total number of inspections an inspector can complete during their shift. The program increases overall health and safety by decreasing potential COVID-19 and other health risks through face-to-face interactions. Congratulations again to Joshua from Building Development for his big idea.
Having gone through some of those inspections, that will be an improvement. So thank you very much. Great idea. And we will now move on to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve? Councilmember Stewart? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart? I will get that right. Councilmember Branch? Seconded. All in favor? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Next, we have public comment. So we will start with Christina Jones.
8005 Finland Drive. Good afternoon. I am back for my third RCAC update. I would like to start off by thanking Corey Branch for meeting with Mordecai CAC last week. And as a reminder, we would love to have each of you join us as we gear up for the election. And since we are no longer affiliated with the city, there are no rules barring you from participating. I would like to circle back to a few points I've been addressing since January. I told you all last time that I was working on with the City of Raleigh Chief of Staff, Louis Bonapane, on teaching residents about all of the city departments in Raleigh. He responded that he would need to speak to the city manager, Marshall Adams David, in order to put this together, and I never heard back. My last email correspondence with the city was on February 2nd. I'm unsure what the issue is with teaching Raleigh residents how their government works, but I will be sure to continue to update you as soon as I hear back. I would also like to bring up the 3 questions I had posed in our last meeting. I appreciated hearing from David Cox, and we had a wonderful conversation discussing his opinions on some of my questions. Since I've not heard back from anyone else on council, I am more than happy to reiterate those questions. 1, if there was a job description for your position, what would you include in it to reflect the complexities of your job? 2, what stakeholders do you currently engage with outside of the appointed boards and commissions? And 3, how do you quantify the appropriate amount of citizen engagement? I look forward to hearing from more of you. As a reminder, our CAC will be meeting tomorrow night, February 17th at 7 p.m., and you can find our Zoom link on our Facebook page. We are very proud to say that we have increased our reach by 1,000% and our engagements by 700% since the beginning of the year alone. So please come and join us. In this void that Council has created for citizen engagement, it is refreshing to see that so many people are finding us for the very first time. This month, we will be hosting a discussion with 4 candidates up for election: Terrence Ruth for mayor, Jane Harrison for District D, Joshua Bradley for at-large, and Mark Farnsworth for District B. Our conversation will focus on citizen engagement, and all current council members are encouraged to attend. Raleigh residents, if you haven't joined us yet, this would be a great time to check us out. You can also email me at COLL_CHRISTINA@yahoo.com if you have any questions or neighborhood concerns you may need assistance with. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon, and I'll speak with you again in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Christina. Next, we have, oh, I'm sorry, Nikit Bhatia.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's Nikit Bhatia, but I'm from 145 New Bern, Charlotte, North Carolina. Beth, I had a video to play first, if you don't mind showing that.
More than 50% of police officers wear body cameras to record their everyday interactions. That's more than 1 million videos being created every day. However, less than 1% of these videos are ever reviewed. There simply hasn't been the technology to automatically transcribe and analyze this huge amount of data in a cost-effective way. Until now. GreenKey is a proven leader in natural language processing. Our technology enables police departments to quickly and effectively audit audio captured on body cameras so the data is transcribed, organized, and made searchable. Structured data surfaces customizable insights. These insights can inform us if an interaction was respectful, if racial bias was present, or which de-escalation tactic was most effective. Insights can be generated from a single video or from an entire department's files. With this data, it's possible to compare sentiment from one city to another. GreenKey's insight models produce an objective set of metrics that police departments and elected officials can use to improve policing and its relationship with the community. We are ready to help you analyze your data today. Unlock your body camera data with GreenKey.
Great. Thanks for watching, everybody. So, I mean, as you can see, I'm here to discuss a pretty important issue, that being improving policing in the city of Raleigh through unbiased analysis of police body camera footage. As the video mentioned, less than 1% of police body camera data is ever reviewed. Today, this data is really locked away, and your city really has no idea what's on these tapes. So that's typically a huge red flag. How can you possibly improve policing without knowing what the actual issues are? And the problem right now is that cities and local governments don't have a way to analyze this massive amount of data in a cost-effective way. So how do you know things like what percentage of police and citizen interactions are positive versus negative? Well, when cities are able to extract valuable insights from this data, we can take it to a level that'll tell you whether an interaction was respectful, if racial bias was present, and whether de-escalation tactics being used at your department are effective or not. So there is a solution, and GreenKey and Amazon have chosen Raleigh to donate $50,000 worth of free software to help increase the number of positive interactions between police and citizens in the community. This is the future of police oversight, and we want to help you take that step forward. So our goal is to work with your city as a pilot user to help improve policing through body camera analytics. Yeah.
Your 3 minutes are up. What I'm going to ask is that our city staff follow up with you to learn more and then come back to us with a recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Baldwin. I guess our request just quickly is if we could speak with you directly to discuss this body camera free pilot.
Okay, It would be a something that our staff would come back to us and recommend. So Marshall Adams David will be in touch with you.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Katie Boatner.
Mayor, Katie is not on the line.
Okay. Cameron Sutherland.
Cameron is also not on the line.
Wanda Gilbert Coca.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. My name is Wanda Gilbert Coker. I live on Gilman Lane in Southeast Raleigh in District C. Today I'm speaking as a member of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. On January 12th, Larry Jarvis, the city's Housing and Neighborhoods Director, presented you with a plan for spending some of the $80 million affordable housing $80 million affordable housing bond in fiscal years 22 and 23, and for the following 3 years, which takes us to June 2026. We are glad to have these additional housing resources available to support affordable housing initiatives in Raleigh. Affordable housing for those with the lowest incomes is in critically short supply in our city. As you know, we advocated for a larger commitment to the families and households with the greatest needs for housing in Raleigh. The more than 16,000 households with incomes at or below 30% of the annual AMI for the Raleigh metro area. These 16,000 households are currently paying more than half of their income in rent. Think about that. The marginalized and disenfranchised citizens of Raleigh are paying more than half of their income in rent, and their income is not a livable wage. Though most of you chose not to make the commitment for those who are in need, the bond issue succeeded with the voters. So as we move forward, we think we are. So as we move forward, we think there are still several ways to improve the proposed buckets. Thus, we hope you will consider our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tari Coleman.
Tari is not on the call.
Okay. Steph Mendel.
Steph Mendel, 3225 Oak Grove Circle. Many people, including former Mayor Charles Meeker, agree that offering a massive $450 million taxpayer subsidy to build a new and unneeded stadium is a huge mistake. That is, unless you're to make a bundle on the deal, or Marianne Baldwin, whose real boss, Barnhill Contracting, will also make a bundle and will surely reward Baldwin handsomely, or the city councilors, who will surely line up for more of Kane's re-election payola. Even the Triangle Business Journal has come out against this stadium boondoggle, calling council's diversion from our critical needs bad judgment. Here's what they said. This is not the time to talk about new stadiums and arenas. In the metro Raleigh-Durham area, we've lost about 44,000 jobs as of January, just in the past year. People are fearing evictions and unable to pay their monthly rents or mortgages. The Census Bureau reports that roughly 7% of the people in the state have indicated their household did not have enough to eat. The same census document concluded about 351,000 children in our state weren't eating enough because they couldn't afford enough. A Federal Reserve survey released just a few days ago showed 8 in 10 minority businesses are in deep financial trouble. Collectively, our nation, state, and local leaders should focus on two things and two things only right now: getting people vaccinated and working with local businesses to keep them afloat and keep employees on the payroll. It's that simple. Because if you don't fix those two things, nothing changes. Spending even 1 minute right now talking about whether to spruce up PNC Arena or build a new arena downtown is bad judgment. We have more pressing things, such as livelihood and existence, on our minds right now. That's the end of their editorial. Even before the pandemic slammed our community, we'd been falling behind in providing the basics, like better roads, better parks, better trash and yard waste pickup, better stormwater controls. The list goes on and on. Our needs are greater than ever, while revenues are already down due to the pandemic. So it makes no sense for council to be flirting with a massive tax break for one developer while our neighborhood services and our quality of life are suffering, and while so many local jobs and businesses are on the brink. To learn more about the big tax break council is planning, please join Livable Raleigh this Saturday, February 20th at 10 a.m. for a virtual community conversation with a panel of experts on taxation, budgeting, and critical community needs. For more information and to register for the free event, go online to www.livableraleigh.com. Thank you.
Could also show the work session we just had on this issue. So thank you very much. Hua Hong.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Mayors and members of council, Hua Huang, 7401 Ebenezer Church Road. I'm here to talk to you as a member of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition about an affordable housing bond. So in the Jarvis plan, money for the transit-oriented acquisition by the city of properties near transit stops that the city wants to own and see redevelopment occur, that money is front-loaded, with $12 million of the $16 million allocated for it in the bond to be spent in fiscal year 22 and 23. So how is it that we know where the transit stops are for purposes of land acquisition and teardowns, but we don't know where the transit stops are when it comes to preserving our naturally occurring affordable housing? We question the goals of the housing project funded under the so-called bucket of low-income housing tax credit projects. That goal that just 10% of units produced by the vast majority of these tax credits would be for the 30% AMI or below cohort is insufficient. It will help, but it's not enough. Furthermore, on home rehabilitation, to my understanding, only $6 million will be used and will not start until fiscal year 23. But now is the time to start home rehab when people are out of work, when elderly need those low-income home owning, they are under stress from lack of jobs, income, or illnesses. The city needs to start the home rehab program this fiscal year and fund the program. Bond money should be used to protect these neighborhoods, so don't wait until fiscal year 23. With current interest rate, there's no better time than now to put low-income essential workers and other individuals into home ownership. We have moratorium now on eviction, and it may be extended beyond March 31st. Whether it is or not, however, this pandemic and resulting job losses threaten to leave thousands in Raleigh unable to pay for their rent and in desperate need for housing options. We can't wait till fiscal year 23. We need to act now, and this coalition believes that there are several ways to improve it, and we will be speaking before the council many more times with recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Zainab Baloch.
He is not on the call.
Okay, next we have Leon Cook.
Hello, this is Leon Cook, 1500 Whittington Drive. I'm speaking as a member of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. And I believe what Hawa was saying was repeating. We believe that postponing the spending in the category of owner-occupied housing rehabilitation until fiscal year 23 is a mistake, as is the idea that all spending in the down payment assistance category should also be postponed until year 23, fiscal year 23. These two programs for low and moderate income homeowners and potential homeowners are the two programs aimed at stemming gentrification in our historically African-American neighborhoods and enabling the preservation of what we'll all know calling naturally occurring affordable housing. Small houses, still affordable, naturally occurring, because of course they're already built, but in danger of being torn down and replaced by larger, much more expensive houses and apartments in the wave of gentrification now sweeping through Southeast Raleigh and Southwest Raleigh. This money needs to be available now, fiscal year 22. The stated reasons for postponing its use is that the houses are to be bought or preserved are supposed to be near transit stops, but we don't know yet where exactly the transit stops are. This is according to what Mr. Jarvis mentioned. In regard to the allocation of the funds through the Affordable Housing Bond of 2020, Funding for homeowner rehabilitation, which is bucket 5, and down payment assistance, which is bucket 4, should revert to the originally proposed amount of $8 million each, taken from the public-private partnership bucket 2. In addition, the allocation of funding should be in fiscal year 21-22, not fiscal year 23. In doing this, it will potentially reduce gentrification in affected areas of Raleigh and take advantage of the current low financing rates. Also, as to the bond oversight, is the public going to be aware as to who is on that committee and what decisions are being made regarding it? That should be a public knowledge since residents' money is being expended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Doug Johnston. Hi, Doug.
Hello, everyone. I was just thinking last week if there were a contest to choose a location for a new 300-acre fabulous one-of-a-kind park, Raleigh and Dick's Park would win hands down. And thinking about that and welcoming Janet Cowell to the Dick's Conservancy, I started thinking about the park's assets and the job we have before us to maximize return on them. Next slide, please. You've seen this before, but it tells us that there are lots of aspects to Dick's Park that we have to take from state of the art to becoming one of a kind. Next slide. And again, my little illustration of how important the space around the park is, because the park is just one of Dick's Park's many assets. Next slide, please. The park has physical assets and organizational and operating assets. Next slide. We have the inner park. That's what we think of as the park landscape, buildings, infrastructure, all that. The liminal park, which is a term I just learned through the course I'm taking with Chuck Flink at NC State. It's the portals and borders and horizons and view sheds. The outer park is mainly the frontage on Lake Wheeler Road, Centennial Parkway, Western Boulevard. The other third area is the park effect area, most notably Fuller Heights. Next slide, please. This illustrates some of the areas. Next slide. Then there are the organizational assets, which include not only the city agencies, but design and professional people and groups in the city, neighborhoods, residents, owners, and developers. Next slide, please. All of this is going to happen immediately in the park effect zone, and I'm encouraging you today to keep an eye on what the various groups are doing to play their part in developing to the maximum Dick's Park. I'll be sending material later. Thanks again.
You just hit your 3 minutes. That was perfect. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Next, we have Barbara Smalley.
Hi, Mayor Baldwin. It's Barbara Smalley McMahon, 602 North Bloodworth Street. I'm speaking today as a member of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. One final recommendation we'd like to make is that the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee be continued and expanded for greater inclusion. Our concern with the Jarvis plan is that it shrinks the committee and continues the pattern of exclusion with no opportunity for public participation. Inclusion is one of our core values. This value is reflected in our mission and pledge statement, which reads, whereas we believe current municipal structures of power, quote, produce and maintain institutional racism, our ultimate goal is the creation of a design and structure that redistributes institutional power and accountability directly into the hands of people of color, end quote, from Joseph Barn, Becoming an Anti-Racist Church. We're glad for the mayor and council's commitment to dismantle systemic racism through policies and programs that promote racial equity and justice. Holding true to this value as a governing body requires opening up more opportunities, not less, to bring Black, brown, white, and ethnic minorities together to help the city find solutions for Raleigh's crisis in affordable housing. We believe this kind of coming together will also add to our understanding and connections with each other as a community. These times call for you to be an inclusionary group of leaders, not exclusionary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Bird.
Hi, this is Catherine Bird, 509 Smoke Ridge Lane. You can say what you value all you want, but what you truly value is shown by where you spend your time and money. Right now, it looks like City Council's main priority is appeasing business owners and developers instead of taking care of its citizens. I don't have to remind you that we are in a time of crisis. The coronavirus pandemic is still a real emergency in this city and in this country. I believe we have yet to see the full impact of all that loss of loved ones, loss of jobs, loss of connection and community. The events of last year made many people more aware of the realities of racial injustice, but we are a long way away from real positive change. You would think that there would be many items on the agenda for this council meeting about responding to these crises, about how we can reallocate funds and resources to benefit the most vulnerable, about how we can work together to dismantle systems of oppression. But that's not really the focus here. Yes, there's an update from the Office of Equity and Inclusion and the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, but do either of those groups have significant budget and power? I don't think so. Instead, there is an entire work session this morning devoted to the proposed tax increment grant for Kane Realty Corporation. I looked through the attached PDF and it seems like a very complex multi-stage plan. Already, the city has invested a lot of resources in working with this developer. It also seems like that plan is going to proceed whether taxpayers in Raleigh want it to or not. The Raleigh Planning Commission unanimously recommended that the zoning changes for this project be denied. Many members of the public spoke out against this project, but City Council went on to approve it anyway. If you're not going to listen to your own planning commission, what power does this proposed community engagement committee have? Who will be on it? Would it be a significant number of people from the communities actually impacted by this project? Is there any possible way that anything they say could change plans at this point? The phrase affordable housing is thrown around a lot in the proposal. Affordable for whom? For the most vulnerable? According to the Downtown South Project brochure, only 15% of the housing targets those people, the ones making 30% AMI. For context, AMI in Raleigh is about $59,000 for an individual. According to the North Carolina Housing Coalition, the average annual salary of someone in food service is just under $19,000. So these essential workers are making only 32% AMI. And the total allocation of affordable housing in this development is just 10% of the total of what Kane would like to build. So the people most in need of housing would only get 1.5% of the total available housing. According to the conditions, the affordable housing has to remain in place for at least 5 years, while we taxpayers would be shouldering the burden of this tax increment grant over the course of 30 years. Surely the developers have our interests at heart, though, right? Well, according to their proposal, they can only manage 4 community benefits based on the zoning decision. Affordable housing or supporting women and minority-owned businesses, among other benefits, are only prioritized if they get the TIG. There's a fancy graph on the community engagement page that is covering over the fact that there's no actual data on the people contacted, how close they live to the project, their income level, etc. They claim that they have heard the concerns of the community, and they will continue to work with the community throughout the life of the project. But here's the thing, nothing is really holding them to that. Kane Realty Corporation is a corporate entity with one overarching motive, profit. They're not accountable to the people the way the government is. They don't have to publish their financial information. They only have to hold public meetings for 3 years according to the proposed conditions. They may hear community concerns on their terms for only 10% of the grant duration, but we can't make them actually do anything about them. As residents of the city and as taxpayers, we're relying on you, our elected officials, to prioritize us before corporate profits.
Catherine, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you. Next, we have Kim Mukhtarian.
Kim is not on the call, Mayor.
Okay, we have Sean Stevenson.
Thank you, Mary. My name is Sean Stevenson. I'm at 1113 Bedstone Court. Thank you for your time to hear our request to be included in the 2020 Park Bond for a Water Sports Center on Lake Wheeler. My name is Sean Stevenson, the president of Raleigh Rowing Center. Today you will hear from Ted Benford, the executive director of community rowing in Boston, Massachusetts, and Will White, the head coach of Triangle Rowing Club, Raleigh's youth rowing program. You'll also be shown a short video that describes our effort to continue building in Raleigh what has been achieved in Boston, Massachusetts. We have demonstrated 30 years of commitment, development, and collaboration with the city and park staff. In 2002, Raleigh Rowing Center was recognized with the Fred Fletcher Volunteer Award for Outstanding Volunteer Organization. The Coalition of Non-Motorized Sports recognizes that the city has made a commitment to Chavis Park and the opportunity that exists in Dix Park. We cannot miss these opportunities in the 2020 Park Bond. Therefore, our request is not for full funding of a new water sports center, but for design and planning funding to keep this project moving forward, approximately $750,000. This amount will put us on track to complete our effort with the next bond and realize the timeline that has already been approved by City Council. Participating in the 2020 Park Bond is the natural progression. A water sports center at Lake Wheeler was identified in the '88 master plan. Part of the council approved park system plan as a medium range goal. It was budgeted at a 10-year horizon when the plan was adopted in 2014. It's scheduled to be realized in 2024. The Lake Wheeler situation assessment for the development of a water sports center was conducted by park staff in 2016 and arrived at the conclusion that the effort was feasible. This effort fits within the City of Raleigh's strategic plan, the plan that provides expectations for Raleigh's growth in 6 key areas. Now I'd like to introduce you to Ted Benford, the Executive Director of Community Rowing. You'll meet Ted after the short video. CRI is a rowing program in Boston, Massachusetts that has a very similar beginning to our groups in Raleigh. They have made significant contributions to building inclusion and giving back to the community. In my opinion, they're one of the best, if not the best, well-rounded rowing program in the nation. I've asked Ted to speak as an acknowledgement that others have successfully delivered to the community what we've been working to accomplish. Boston believed in their mission. We ask that Raleigh believe in our mission. CRI makes no promises other than friendship and ability to transfer lessons learned. The video you'll see next is community rowing. The video is condensed into 3 minutes to respect your time, but highlights the key points that we want to bring to Raleigh. You'll experience short bursts of time travel to condense the video. I would encourage you to visit their website to see the full 5 minutes and experience other videos that describe significant accomplishments. Thank you.
So Sean, this is a video that will be part of Ted Benford's 3 minutes.
No, it's not. There will be a video and then Ted will speak.
Okay. How long is the video?
3 minutes.
Okay, so that 3 minutes.
It's part of
to somebody's time.
Correct. Rebecca Gallus.
Okay. Do we have the video? Beth?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I don't know if you wanted to recognize Becca Gallus officially and then it can start.
Okay, is Becca on the line?
Yeah, this is Rebecca Gallus, 828 East Target Street in Southeast Raleigh.
Okay, great. Thank you, Becca. Your time will be used for the video. Thank you.
US Rowing telling me that there were a group of people that were hoping to start a public access rowing program. On day one, I showed up and I was the only participant at community rowing. So I went and stood on the bridges, and anyone who looked down at the water, I said, "Would you like to learn how to row?"
The first boathouse was essentially a large tool shed. It was a lot of work, and you only do that kind of work when you really love something. Community rowing being the only way you could access rowing if you weren't already at an Ivy League college or a prep school, it grew pretty quickly. And so we sort of slowly amassed and moved into
saying, we've got a bill in front of the house to privatize the skating rink that you guys are using. What do you think of it? And I said, well, that doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
So it was very clear that something had to happen in order to give it a permanent home.
People believed the mission, and we did it in 4 years.
It was spectacular.
We're trying to take away all of the barriers to rowing, and some of them are just perception that rowing is only for the elite, or you have to know how to do it to join.
That is our mission, to make rowing accessible to anybody who wants to try it.
We wouldn't be able to serve people with disabilities if we didn't have everything fully ADA compliant and have all the ability to meet their equipment needs here. I think the best thing is when I see the dock just full of wheelchairs and prosthetics, it's just lying on the dock because everyone's out rowing. They're just out on the water doing what everyone else does. That's my favorite moment.
About the time I joined, about 1998, we started our Row Boston program, which provided rowing for the public schools in Boston.
For kids from Boston to bring their friends and family here and say, this is my club, and look, this is awesome. That is really powerful and has really helped us communicate our mission and our message so much more effectively in ways I couldn't have imagined until you actually see this beautiful award-winning boathouse.
There's a lot of trust that goes into rowing. You got to trust that everybody in the boat's going to go 100%.
I've been really challenged here, which allowed me to accept other challenges like at school or just like in life in general.
Oh, well, I think it's pretty.
You get out on the river and you say, wow, I want to be here again tomorrow. How can I make this happen?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ted Benford.
Thank you. 20 Nonantum Road in Boston, Massachusetts, 02135. And thank you, Sean and Mayor Baldwin and the council for your time and attention. As Sean mentioned, I'm the executive director of community rowing in Boston. We're an organization of about $6 million pre-COVID that serves over 10,000 members of the surrounding Boston community, including over 40 Boston public schools. We operate about a 35,000 square foot facility on the Charles River, and we have grown well beyond a boat club into a community-oriented center for all, as the video summarized. We support a full-time staff of 24 and can reach up to about 100 young people who become seasonal coaches, mentors, and boathouse staff. A quick breakdown of our services includes serving 5,000 kids in the city of Boston. 5 and 8 middle school youth participate in rowing lessons on machines in the school's PE classes through state-certified curriculums that CRI has certified. And this model has been duplicated in Pittsburgh at the Three Rivers Rowing Association, and we'd be happy to share this with Sean and his group should the project move forward. The hook for kids is the experience of exercise and fun with a link to a public access facility that they can freely access. Part of our program brings kids on free field trips to CRI to explore natural resources they wouldn't otherwise know within miles of their own neighborhoods. We also served over 1,000 current and former military personnel pre-COVID. We expect to get back there as well. We have affiliations with local VA hospitals as well as other veterans organizations to provide outings for veterans and to re-engage in the experience of, in the words of one veteran, unspoken connection and team links. In rowing, like in the service, instinct to support comes alive, and rowing together recreates the experience they had, having each other's backs, the unspoken bonds and teamwork, and working and toiling together towards a common goal. We also serve over 500 people with disabilities. CRI is fully ADA compliant and runs adaptive programs throughout the year. Our organization is a local hub for people with disabilities to find connection, solidarity, and resource that makes their life in our community more inclusive and connected. We've created partnerships with local hospitals. One of our programs partners with Children's Hospital in Boston to support a nutrition program and exercise program for children suffering from obesity. Another program with Mass General Hospital supports research on the pliability of the heart with regard to exercise. It's not uncommon for people who have lost limbs to leave their prosthetics on the dock and share time on the water, safely supervised in a rowing shell with members of the community. And the power of this experience is that people with disabilities can share the exact same experience with all other rowers: connection, nature, teamwork, and joy. Thank you for your time and consideration in providing people Raleigh the transformation that comes from rowing. And certainly I want to invite anyone who's visiting Boston to visit CRI and use me as a resource as I can support your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Will White.
Hi, thank you for your time, everyone. So I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Will White. I am the head coach and program director of Triangle Rowing Club. We are the youth program in the Raleigh area. Triangle Rowing Club typically has a membership of around 140 high school and middle schoolers. We pull from over 25 high school and middle schools across the Triangle area. TRC's mission is to promote character, commitment, athleticism, leadership, and teamwork in our youth through the sport of competitive rowing in the Triangle area. We've come here before you today, as you've seen from the video. We are very much trying to correct the perception of this sport in the Southeast, as many other programs have already succeeded in doing, and to provide access to new user groups that we haven't been able to support in the past. TRC has a 100% graduation rate from high school, and we have a 100% college enrollment rate. There's no reason why we can't provide this to additional kids in our area as well. Each year, our members include kids who have never played a sport in their lives, as well as experienced elite athletes who are looking to change sports and looking for a new challenge. It's incredible to see the athletes evolve from these small, shy middle schoolers into high school upperclassmen who they're responsible, they're self-sufficient, they're accountable, and they're ready for their collegiate or other future endeavors. They learn to interact with their coaches and solve problems on their own, as opposed to through their parents. Through our fundraising events, they're instilled with a sense of pride and responsibility for the equipment that they work hard to help our program buy. Through competition, they learn to set and accomplish their goals in high-pressure environments. Everything we do helps bring these athletes not just towards physical success, but also mental success and just make them more positive, supportive, effective teammates for their entire lives. So we hope that we can bring you all out to Lake Wheeler Park to see what we do. We'd love to have you out there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I will say, rowing is great exercise. And my daughter used to row, so I got into it, but it's been a while. I really appreciate that. One thing I did want to bring up, we had several people today mention that we were postponing funding for affordable housing. City manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're using current funding to support affordable housing. And then that bond will come, the bond money will become available in July. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. But I think some of the questions stemmed around how we have the program activities programmed throughout the life of the next couple of fiscal years for the bonds. And it's not etched in stone yet. That was just a proposal of how and when the money would be best spent. So there are opportunities through the advisory council to further discuss that.
Okay, could you just update us on that in a manager's report with the facts behind that so we can communicate that clearly?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. Councilmember Buffkin, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we move on, I wonder if we could refer the request regarding Lake Wheeler to the Parks Board for consideration while they're still working on the Parks bond.
I have no objection to that. Is everybody cool with that? Can I see a show of hands, please? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Now we have the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ken Bowers from Planning and Development. Here to give you the Planning Commission report. Wait for the slides to get up. We have several items reported out. Let's start with what's currently calendared for the March 2nd public hearing. We have one petition annexation, traffic calming project, and 2 text changes at current, and we have a few more items that can go on that agenda. This is the report out. We have one request for a time extension, which is Z5020 on Pleasant Grove Church Road, and I'll go through all of these, and then you can act on them at the end. We had 3 items recommended for a March 2nd public hearing. Z4620 on Creedmoor Road, Z4920 on Tryon, and the comp plan amendments associated with the equitable development around transit report. Z3420 was going to be recommended on April 6th along with Z5220. Those are recommended for April 6th because of a pending annexation matter that will be on the same agenda. I do have an update on Z3420, which is that the applicant was unable to produce signed conditions in time for today's meeting, and so that needs to be held for 2 weeks before the public hearing is set so that those conditions can be part of that public hearing. So Pleasant Grove Church Road is a request to rezone a little over 3 acres from residential 4 to residential 10 with conditions. The commission heard this last at their 2nd meeting in January. At that time, the applicant was going to have a meeting with the neighbors. That meeting has occurred, but did not occur in time for their last meeting. And since their deadline for action was February 22nd, they have asked for a 30-day time extension, which would give them till March 22nd to consider the matter. Z46 on Creedmoor Road is a request to rezone 2.4 acres from R4 to CX3 conditional use. Deemed consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval, and this would go to March 2nd. Z4920 on Tryon Road is a request to rezone over 6 acres from R10 and conservation management to IX3. Lots of complexity in this case. The vote here was to forward it to the City Council without a recommendation. That's because a motion to recommend approval of the case failed on a 4-4 vote. So they have reported it out without a recommendation. Public hearing dates here are scheduled for March 2nd. And then CP320 are the comp plan amendments associated with the equitable development around transit plan. And Planning Commission reviewed this and unanimously recommends approval. Again, a March 2nd hearing is recommended. We already covered Z3420. That needs to be held for 2 weeks so the applicant can submit the signed conditions. And then lastly, Z5220, which is some properties at the terminus of Holden Road, a large tract over 30 acres to be rezoned from agricultural productive to residential 10 conditional use. Unanimous vote for approval. There is a concurrent annexation that would go with this, and so staff recommends an April 6th public hearing for this item. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ken. Do we have any, let me get this back on grid. Do you have any questions for Ken? Okay, let's go through this one by one. So the first item is Z46, scheduled public hearing on March 2nd. Would someone like to make a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Buffkin?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. In light of the workload we have on March 2nd and the rather non-controversial, there's very little public interest. I know of no opposition to this case. I'm going to suggest we put it on for our afternoon session on March 16. And I spoke with the applicant or their representatives, and they're amenable to having it at our afternoon meeting just for the sake of managing the agenda on March 2nd.
Okay, that's a motion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand. Clerk, that was unanimous. Okay, thank you, Councilor Buffkin. Next, we have rezoning Z3420 Lewisburg Road. That's, they're requesting the hearing date of April 6th.
This is the one that needs to be held for 2 weeks.
Okay, so this is just going back on our agenda for it'll come up in 2 weeks. We don't
Yes,
have
it'll be a special item.
No motion required. Correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. The next item we have is rezoning Z50 Pleasant Grove Church Road, District E. And this is where they've requested the extension.
That's correct.
The new deadline for Planning Commission action will be March 11th. Do you have a motion?
Actually, the 22nd.
March 22nd. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve that? Councilmember Knight? Second?
So moved.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z52. This is Holden Road. And this is seeking a hearing date of April 6th. Councilmember Cox? It's District B.
Let me find it here.
This is one that would be, we have it on the 6th because it would be paired with an annexation.
That's fine.
Okay, is that a motion then?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second? Councilor Branch, seconded. All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous. Clerk, April 6th is the date. Next, rezoning Z4920 at 3624 Tryon Road. Councilmember Fort.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I've been, I won't say inundated, but I've gotten quite a few, notifications from some residents in the area, but also have had some conversations with the applicant. I think this is going to be a unusual case, as you can see by the challenges at the Planning Commission. So it would be my motion to hold it open to further some conversations and dialogue to see if we can come to a consensus.
Okay, so we'll hold this moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Our next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we have Comprehensive Plan Amendment CP 320, Equitable Development Around Transit. Do we have a motion to approve the public hearing on March 2nd? That was Councilmember Branch, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? That was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. Next, I think, Ken, you're staying up here. We have special items. Rezoning Z3520 Wade Avenue. I believe this is before us again because we received public comment after our last vote.
Correct.
And as a reminder, this was approved 7-1 at our last meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I guess I would ask, are there any questions on this? Does anybody need a memory refresh? And are you there just to answer questions, or did you have a presentation?
I have no presentation, simply here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions? Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Councilmember Fort?
Yes, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 16, 2021, contained in the agenda. materials and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Melton has seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, clerk. Our next special item is rezoning Z4120.
So this item, the public hearing was closed on February 2nd, and there was discussion of the applicant offering a floodplain condition. That condition has been offered and was contained within your agenda packet. If you need the slide put up, we do have a slide that shows the wording of the condition.
Do we need that slide put up, or are we good? Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually asked for this condition, and I've talked with staff about it as well as the applicant and feel good. It's a condition to keep development out of the floodplain. So I'm okay if everybody else is okay.
Okay, could we have a motion? Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 16, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Clerk, that appears unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have an item that we held from 2 weeks ago. It's rezoning Z4320 Trailwood Drive. Councilor Fort and I have met with the applicant and the neighbors, and we would like to set the hearing for April 6th. Councilor Fort, good with that?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, it's my motion that we schedule the public hearing for April the 6th session.
Okay, do I have a second? Council Member Branch, thank you. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. And next we have rezoning Z4520 Buffalo and New Hope Roads. Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a tragic accident really close to this zoning case on Sunday night where Mr. Long, a Raleigh resident, was hit and killed by a vehicle. And out of respect for this man's life, I'd like to request that we hold this item at the table for 2 weeks and not take action today.
I'm fine with that. Is everybody else okay? Show of hands, please. If you're okay with it.
I have a question.
Okay, Councilmember Cox.
The hearing has been closed. Do we have the opportunity to hold it for 2 weeks?
You do. There's no deadline for a vote from the council. There is a deadline of 30 days for the applicant to submit revised conditions for your consideration. So that 30 days will have run by the time we get to the March 2nd meeting. But revised conditions were submitted and were available today, and there would still be an opportunity to further revise them before March 2nd. After March 2nd, there would be no opportunity to revise them, but there's no particular deadline for your vote.
Thank you.
Okay, we will postpone, we will keep this on the agenda for our next meeting during the day on March 2nd. Parking deck screening regulations. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carter Pettibone, who will be presenting on this.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. As you may recall, City Council requested analysis of best practices and recommendations for parking deck screening strategies in one of your recent meetings. And this presentation will take us through that discussion as well. More detailed information can be found in the report and the memo and the conditions that were attached in your packet. Since the UDO was adopted, we've seen a large number of large parking structures that have been completed in both urban and suburban locations in Raleigh. The UDO currently only has regulations for parking structures in areas that have an urban frontage. Staff has explored best practices for parking structures and specifically focused on the architectural aesthetics and light glare, light trespass. In terms of the analysis, we looked at parking deck types and screening strategies. We also sent staff out to look at the recently constructed parking decks that we have here. And we did peer research through some of our neighboring cities in the Southeast, Durham, Charlotte, and Atlanta. We also spoke to a number of architects who have specialized in doing parking decks here in Raleigh and in other cities in the Southeast. In terms of the design criteria, the elements that drive the design, your zoning code, which deals with the aesthetics, the building use, and basically the location or context the parking deck's located. For the building code, health and safety regulations, and this mainly comes through with ventilation and interior lighting. The intent zoning regulations here in Raleigh typically is to conceal vehicles and also conceal ramps or that diagonal that you see for the ramps for parking structures. In terms of the building code, the main thing is ventilation. Parking decks are typically either naturally ventilated. There's a certain minimum open air that needs to be achieved. On the flip side, mechanically ventilated ones are sometimes you see them on underground decks. There's also decks that use a combination of both naturally and mechanically, and they're called mechanically assisted ventilation. With the naturally ventilated decks, and these are the majority of the parking structures that you'll see, it results in both lower construction costs and lower energy usage. And one thing to note here is that openness doesn't need to be applied uniformly. You typically see a public-facing side might be more closed or enclosed or have materiality, and then the rear portions or interior to the block might be more open, as long as they achieve that minimum openness. On the flip side, mechanically ventilated, of course, result in higher construction costs and higher energy usage related to the whole building program. So what are the strategies that we looked at? The first being what's called facade continuity. And this can take two forms. One where you have the kind of materiality or the facade continuing from the top down to hide the parking structure, or going from the bottom up, like on the right, where it mimics what's going on the ground floor. Another way is program wrap, where you actually have an active use that wraps the parking deck. And this is mainly seen in residential developments, also seen in hotel developments. We have one here in Raleigh. Typically office uses have a standalone deck, but that does present opportunity to have some sort of complementary use that would wrap those types of decks. Basically, a lot of what we see is material screening on parking decks. We have, and depending on kind of location, urban areas, you typically see materials like perforated metal, maybe louvers that help to hide that. In suburban locations, you really see a lot of the material itself or the structure in the form of a concrete parapet doing the screening. Also lighting, as I mentioned, this is a big concern. While the materials that we see to screen, typically perforated metal, while they might work well in the daytime on the left, at night they might become much more transparent. So you see the lights, so that does present a problem when you're going from day to night. As I said, we sent staff out to look at our parking decks here in Raleigh, and we found that where the lighting and the type of lighting used has a lot to do with how you see it from the exterior. In these two examples, the screening material on the exterior are essentially the same. It's just that the A has a light that's kind of hidden by those vertical elements of the structure, while B doesn't. So A, you tend to not see those light fixtures in the glare as much as in example B. So what are the key takeaways? The first is that screening material should be used to improve the aesthetic qualities and obscure views in the parking structures, but they can't be relied on to block interior lighting as it goes out. The second is that interior lighting should be addressed through specific lighting regulations. And the third is that other cities often require screening and lighting regulations outside of urban areas, not just in downtown or more urban areas. Raleigh currently only requires screening in areas that with an urban frontage. In terms of steps, staff has identified three, kind of a short, near-term, and long-term. The most immediate one would be looking at zoning conditions, and language could be crafted that's based on performance criteria related to screening, views, openings on public-facing facades. There's also an opportunity to use another part of our code that deals with lighting for vehicular canopies. Vehicular canopies, typically gas canopies, they really have the same goal to try to minimize light trespass and seeing lights on adjacent properties, typically residential. So that is a guide we can use for if we want to develop maybe some model conditions for rezonings. The next kind of near term would be to look at the current screening and lighting regulations and potential text changes for those. Also look at extending that parking structure screening regulations beyond areas with just urban frontages. And the third would be to have an option for the Appearance Commission to look at these decks that need screening requirements as part of a design alternate. And this could allow for some flexibility for designers while ensuring that we have the goal of having high quality design. And then in the long term, staff could develop a report on some innovative parking structure strategies. And these could be things that could go in the UDO or outside of that. Opportunities for sustainability initiatives, incentives, partnerships. There are some cities that have a incentive or grant program for art on on parking decks. So that could be an additional long-term step staff could undertake. So in terms of the actions, staff recommends authorizing staff to look at options for parking deck screening, where there might be opportunities that might present themselves through conditions on new zoning cases going forward. The second step would be to authorize staff to develop text changes to the UDO for parking structure screening. And then the third, as I mentioned, long term would be to request staff develop a report on innovative parking structure strategies. I'm happy to answer any questions.
What questions do we have? I see Councilmember Buffkin and Councilmember Branch.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. This is incredibly responsive and timely, and the report and our agenda materials looks great. I'm looking forward to digging into the details of that. I do have a question about the zoning conditions, and I noticed that this is specific to parking structure facades that face a public park, plaza, public right-of-way, public sidewalk, or a private street. What about those situations where a parking deck maybe is on the back of a development and there's not a public street, but there are adjoining neighbors who are concerned about the very same issues that we've been talking about: appearance, screening lighting, screening the structure itself, etc. Do we have a tool to regulate in that circumstance, or is this maybe a legacy of our urban frontage-oriented regulation? Can you help me with that?
Sure. The model or example that we include in the packet, we kind of gleaned that from our current regulations as well as some of the other cities that have a more performance-based standard for their screening. We did see most of the ones in other cities dealt with public faces or outside, not the interior, but that's something we could explore. Typically, that dealing with the light trespass issue is where the other codes dealt, I guess, more with backs of decks or facades that fronted, actually adjacent to residential property. So we could explore that.
Okay, that'd be helpful to me. Thank you.
Was Councilmember Branch next?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. As I look at this and I look at the lighting part of it, a lot of what and maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, what I see lighting is the interior lighting and of how well lit the parking deck is. But a lot of the complaints that I hear has to do with vehicles as they are moving about within the parking deck, especially at night, and their headlights that flash. What, other than I guess the naturally ventilated example that I saw, what can we put in this to regulate that as far as naturally from cars turning and moving about within the deck and their headlights?
Sure. Whether conditions or revisions of the code, and looking at other ordinances, they were pretty consistent in having a 42 to 48 inch parapet on the wall, exterior wall. So trying to help block those headlights. And then screening would be in that open area, above it. We also looked at codes that a few of them had regulations that would try to focus the ramps on the interior as opposed to the exterior of parking decks, or trying to screen those angles. So generally through kind of opaque measures, trying to screen those headlights and the movements of the cars, and that's probably what we'd be looking at as well.
Okay. We had Councilmember Cox, then Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, I just wanted to state my agreement with Councilmember Buffkin that providing screening to adjacent neighbors is important, and I support that.
Councilmember Melton.
Thank you. You know, something I've noticed over the past couple of years, and I think we've talked about it in meetings, is the trend, especially downtown or in, more of our, I guess, more urban areas, has been sort of these podium buildings. So you see the several floors of parking and then the building really built on top of that. So I think, if that trend continues, this work's gonna be really important as far as making sure that the buildings are aesthetically pleasing. But I'm also interested in how they interact with the surroundings. If we're trying to activate our streetscapes and build a more, dense, walkable city, having amenities on the ground floor where those parking decks are, I think is going to be helpful too. And, looking at some of these examples, I think the PNC building is cited a lot as like a really great way to do the podium parking because it has that facade continuity and you can't even tell there's a parking structure in there. But when you look at other examples of like the wrap, like being able to wrap a parking structure in retail or wrap it in housing, I think is really ideal for activating the spaces around it. So I'm just wondering, while we do this work, if there's a way to keep in mind, ways to incentivize different types of obscuring the parking structure. I don't know if that's possible, but I would love to do whatever we can to encourage folks to wrap in retail or wrap in housing, or attempt to integrate it more closely into the building construction. I'm also mindful of the fact that we don't want to drive up costs, because that's a pretty important consideration as well. But just throwing out the idea that if there's a way we could incentivize more active uses of the parking structures, I think that would be great.
Then we had Councilmember Knight.
Sorry, my kids just got home. Couple of things. Appreciate the presentation. I think this is very helpful and useful, and I appreciate the direction that y'all are moving. I think I was at least one of the people that prompted this. Couple of questions for you. In terms of, I think we all realize that surface lots are not worthwhile, and we have moved to decks. And then the question is how worthwhile decks are going to be in the long-term future for cities. But in terms of a standalone parking deck versus an incorporated deck into a building, is there any incentive or direction or inclination from the code that sort of pushes developers towards that? And if not, I'd like for us to think about that. And then in a development, if they are proposing standalone decks, where in the development or within the development does that deck go? And that gets to earlier questions about backing up to a neighborhood or backing up to a major street. So I think it's also this question of how it's in line with the rest of the development. And then I think, part of when we look at the lifespan of parking decks, I don't know what they are, but with the reduction in vehicles, with the rise of automated vehicles, we're moving towards less vehicles. This is long term. I get it, but these do tend to have long lifespans, and I think one thing for us to be thinking about: does the developer are they thinking, or how are they thinking long term for this very expensive and also the long term? You could call it an asset or a product to be on within our city. So I think that's something that could be part of the thinking around when they do propose a parking deck. That's it for now. I look forward to working with you all on coming up with these rules. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, I had one question. You have immediate goals, near term and long term. Define long term, because there's some things on there that I really like the art. And I'm thinking that could be something that could be done sooner as opposed to later. So what is your timeline on the long term?
Well, I think in some discussions we had looking at maybe fall for a text change, but I don't see why we couldn't have a report at that same time frame, even though we did mention long term. But I think that probably a time frame could be probably about the same time we could develop text changes.
Okay, if you could bring forward some of the long term and make it a little more near term, I think that would be great. And then the other question I have, with the feedback that you received today, does this help with the help you frame the text changes you'll be bringing forward?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. I wanted to mention I strongly disagree with strongly agree with Councilor Melton's assessment. Having amenities on the ground floor really does help to activate the space, and just having walls up does not. So trying to create that life also is important. So thank you. Okay, I think we're done. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Next, we have the North Carolina Utilities Commission Duke Energy Integrated Resource Plan authorization to submit comments. I'm going to call on Mayor Pro Tem Stewart because she's had pulled this item. And we have recused Councilor Buffkin from voting. So let's see, Councilor Buffkin, okay, you've disappeared. All right. Council Member Stewart.
All good.
Trying. Could you, I know you wanted to discuss this, so if you could bring forward your thoughts.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I see Ms. Anderson at the podium. I'm not sure we'll need her, but I'm sure she's here for any questions after I make just a couple of quick remarks. So I had asked staff to hold this, or I'd asked to hold this item at our last meeting so I could get more information from staff, as the integrated resource plan is a rather complicated and policy-heavy matter. For members of the public who might not be aware, Duke Energy's Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP, is a 15-year public utility plan that sets the long-term vision for their resource procurement, evaluates and communicates potential strategies for delivering reliable energy supply at the lowest system-wide cost, and addresses whether or not to build new generation assets, purchase energy from other generators, or invest in energy efficiency or demand response programs to reduce projected energy demand. Like I said, it's very complicated. As one might imagine, the IRP also has the potential to impact our environment and public health, including our climate. And much work is being done by this council, our staff, and our community to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 80% from 2007 levels by the year 2050. And so it is imperative that we begin to engage in the IRP process. Duke Energy has been a great partner of ours in developing the community-wide climate action plan to reduce our community's climate pollution. In addition, Duke has set a goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. Unfortunately, there are some concerns with how the IRP positions Duke to reach its goal. In particular, Duke Energy's renewable grid mix of 14% in the carbon policy scenario is too low for local governments to reach our renewable energy targets. Raleigh's goals can be seen in the prepared letter to the Utilities Commission. The Commission should consider the goals of local governments like Raleigh when reviewing these proposed scenarios, and as needed, request Duke Energy to utilize additional renewable energy resources or develop subsequent customer programs that allow local governments to reach stated goals. Another concern, given the significant portion of Raleigh and North Carolina communities that are confronted with energy burden, it is ever more important to increase renewable energy procurements and collaborate on removing barriers to low and moderate income programs. I believe that the letter staff has written and shared with us today represents our interest and shares our council and staff's desires to work together to meet our community's climate goals. So I move that we authorize staff to submit this informal comment to the North Carolina Utilities Commission.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch. Do we have any questions? Okay, all in favor? Clerk, that was unanimous. Thank you. Councilmember Buffkin can now re-enter the meeting. Next, we have the downtown Raleigh notification system. Jim Green and Derek Reamer are listed on here as presenting.
Mayor, members of council, good afternoon. Just a quick update for you. No action required on this item. Any questions or comments you have, we greatly appreciate that. You'll remember with some of the protests that we had in our downtown over the past 6-8 months, council heard comments from downtown businesses about improving communication. And so council asked staff to evaluate that. Something we did immediately was work with the police department and with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance to put together some information before some of the protests and events that DRA sent out to their database of downtown businesses and residents. The information would have information from the police department on the protests, the time, maybe street closings, but also some suggestions for businesses and residents to make sure they remain safe. So we improved that communication. That information was sent many times at different events, different protests, to both DRA and even our other business alliances to get that information out. The other thing council asked us to do was look at our notification systems and how we could improve that, again, to get more information out, more timely information to our businesses and downtown residents. We put together a staff team and have been evaluating this over the past few months. We evaluated looking at a new notification system specifically for the downtown. Issues with cost, issue with managing another database, issues with the time it would take to implement that. We looked at our other notification system, our Everbridge system. That's the system that sends out a text if there's going to be garbage delays or a boil water notice. there were some issues with that, with not only the data, but the notices and how they're coordinated with the state and the county as part of the alerts that they send. So we've really focused on our Gov delivery channel that is managed by our emergency management office and special events. Our goal has been to get more information out to more people in a more frequent manner. And to accomplish that goal, we are really looking to implement 4 strategies to improve the Gov delivery channel. The first thing, we've coordinated with Bill King at the DRA. We want to promote this system more and get that information out to the downtown businesses and to the downtown residents. So we're working with DRA to send a link where individuals can self-subscribe to the Gov delivery to get this information. That's number one. The second strategy, we want to expand the notification to include other events, permitted protests, road closures in our downtown. So typically, as you know, that Gov delivery has more information on a weekly basis on events. We want to expand the information we're providing. The third strategy to help provide more information to the downtown is to increase the frequency of the notifications. Right now, again, it's primarily a weekly notification. We want to have staff to be able to send out immediate notifications as needed on some time-sensitive events and information. The final area that we want to improve is to develop a web page. So sometimes there's more information on the events that special events may have or the police department have. Rather than send that in the email, send out a link to the website where individuals can then pull up the web page and gather more information. So Derek Reamer is here today, who is really the expert on the Gov delivery, to tell you a little bit more about this. But we think this is going to help improve that communication and probably do it in the most cost-effective and quickest manner possible. What we would do is, once we implement these changes, look to evaluate it down the road with the DRA to continue to get feedback and see how we can improve. Let me turn it over to Derek.
Before this goes to Derek, I'd like to take this issue into the Economic Development and Innovation Committee for further discussion. I was the one who brought this forward after meeting with a number of downtown business owners. And what they requested was a text message emergency alert system. So I want a better understanding of where that is, whether we could do a pilot program that actually addresses the needs that they specifically asked for. So, you know, we can continue the conversation, but I would like to bring this into EDI.
Works for me.
Councilor Melton, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine. We've got one item pending. We can take this up with the other item in March. We're not doing a meeting this month.
Okay.
All right.
Derek, did I just make your day easier?
Works for me.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could, when they bring this, I agree about the text part, but also based on conversations I've had with other with citizens and residents, looking at this, since Gov delivery already serves the entire city, and we're looking at possibly using Gov delivery, looking at this a little larger than just this downtown. If something were to happen in another part of the city, we would need to notify those residents as well as business owners. So when they come in March, since we're meeting in March, if they could have information and look into that, that would be helpful for me, since I'm also serving on that committee.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the Go Raleigh Bus Shelter. David Eatman is here to present on that update.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon. Again, I'm David Eatman with Transportation Department, and today I'm going to give an update on our bus shelter installation program. Wait for the slide. All right, so the presentation today, I'll talk about our revised policy, our existing shelter inventory, some of our recent work, our planned bus shelters, cost and funding, and then we also have some community resources I would like to highlight. The Raleigh Transit Authority did update our policy in October of 2019. Our policy was 25 boardings a day for a bus shelter. That was lowered to 10, and that added about 100 bus shelters to our inventory for construction. So when we think about bus shelters, they actually take two different paths. We have our policy, which is now 10 boardings per day, but we also have some exceptions, and we've always had these regardless of what our policy has been in the past. But we certainly have installed facilities at hospitals, clinics, senior centers, recreation facilities, and certainly we've also tried to make sure that we serve persons with disabilities, those facilities. Also, we've tried to make sure that we've improved sites with ADA, even sometimes if they didn't meet policy. We also developed sites with sidewalk and roadway projects. And we also have a new element now, which is the Wake Transit Plan. And I'll talk more about that in just a moment. So our projects are managed by the Transit Division. And first of all, the Transit Division, certainly we keep inventory and of all of our bus shelters, all of our stops, and what meets the policy. We contract all of our engineering for the design of the shelters. Our shelters actually require a full engineered site plan for each individual site. That's actually an NCDOT requirement. So that does take some time, as you can see from our process survey about 2 months, and then the actual site design about 3 months. We go into, after we go through the encroachment process, if we still need additional right-of-way, that's when we go to real estate. And as everyone knows, real estate can be highly variable depending upon the landowner and the needs for that particular site. And then for us, construction takes up to about 6 months. And some of that is actually self-imposed. Pre-COVID, we were actually having a hard time getting enough bidders, or at least 3 competitive bids. So we extended our opportunity or the timeline for construction of our shelters. Traditionally, we required about 3 months to 120 days max, but we extended that to 6 months, and we were able to meet that 3 competitive bids. Generally speaking, we're still seeing that the contractors can complete our sets within 3 to 4 months, but we do allow that 6 months to make sure that we get very good competitive bids in, and it has been very successful so far. So thinking about each individual site and what actually qualifies for a facility, or in this case, we're talking about a bus shelter. Quite a few bus stops within our network in Go Raleigh. We have bus stops as far as Wake Forest, all the way out to Nightdale. So as you can imagine, a large number of stops. Our stops generally with our services have quarter-mile spacing, and we try to make sure that we keep that spacing intact. It does help the overall system's performance. But as you look at that third bullet, which is sometimes I have to double take it that myself, but that is pretty true across all transit systems, about 85% of our boardings occur at 23% of our bus stops. We always internally have called that like an 80-20 rule. 80% of your boardings will happen about 20% of your stops, and that's truly what we find within our network currently. So when we think about that, certainly when we look at our existing inventory of 234 bus stops, that against our 1,400 total bus stops, it's not a bad number. I mean, that's 17% of our total network having a covered facility, along with another 5% with a bench and ADA accessibility as well. But certainly not where we would want to be, but certainly that number of stops overall in the network makes that look fairly small as a percentage basis. But when we look where our actual boardings are, we find that we have much better coverage than you would look at if you looked at that across the entire network. That doesn't mean that those other stops aren't important. It just means that this helps us prioritize where our assets are going first. And certainly as we talk about budget shortly, we'll think about that more. But as you can see here, about 55% of, if we're trying to meet that 85th percentile, about 55% of our overall bus boardings occur at a shelter. And then we have, you think about benches, an additional 18. Then we've got no amenities at 25%. Some of the other elements that you see there are assets that we have put in to make sure that we're ADA accessible. A landing pad is actually a 30-foot strip of concrete. So if you think about pulling up to a bus stop in a traditional Raleigh street, you have a sidewalk, you have a 3-foot planter or either a 6-foot grass planter. So when you step off that bus, you can't actually step into grass and an uneven planting space before you reach the sidewalk. We've started making sure or trying to, whenever possible, make sure that we put a 30-foot landing pad. Sometimes those stops do not meet our shelter requirement, but again, that is a very important ADA accessibility feature. So what have we done recently? So in FY 2020, we built 22 bus shelters ourselves through our design and through letting of construction bid. We also work very closely with engineering services. They have been outstanding to work with and have really helped us secure our bus facilities and ADA accessibility to our facilities through existing roadway and sidewalk projects. And we were able to get 9 of those through in FY 2020 as well. Other progress, again, you see the landing pads that we did in 2020. And we also installed 8 of our branded shelters. We have 22 in stock, and we hope to get those out very quickly. So what does the future look like for this fiscal year? And we'll also talk about beyond here shortly. In this fiscal year, we have 93 total stops in development. Currently, we have 12 ready for construction, so that we have the sites completely designed, and we have the right-of-way and any type of real estate that may have been needed. And we're also going to, beyond just our shelters, we'll install 32 landing pads, as we talked about, trying to increase ADA accessibility throughout the city. We have 13 sites going to real estate, and then we have 68 additional sites in design. So the 68, 13, and 12 is the 93, and then our 32 landing pads are just a kind of a different category other than just shelters. So what does an on-street asset cost? So our average bus shelter is right at $31,000 for each unit. I would say that that's highly variable. That depends greatly on the site, depending upon if we have to run sidewalk, the number of curb cuts required. So again, that can vary greatly. But then you see that total cost broken between design, property acquisition, construction, and then the amenity cost itself. The amenity cost you see here is the cost for our new branded shelter. So what is our funding outlook? Traditionally, the transit program or the transit division within transportation, we've been able to secure about $1.5 million annually over the last 2 or 3 years, and we've been able to keep up with that as far as construction goes, making sure we get those assets in right of way. As we look forward, we're very fortunate through our capital area MPO, a competitive award of LAP funding that will be available this summer. We have that grant. We also have Wake Transit funds, which are programmed in FY22 for $2 million. And then when you look at the newly developed Wake Transit plan from FY23 through FY30, a total of $19.2 million set aside for right-of-way facilities or passenger amenities. That breaks down to about $2.4 million annually, and that is larger than what we have traditionally had available for installations to date. So we look forward to getting those assets on the street as quickly as possible. Now jumping over to some of our community resources. If someone wants to know where's the closest bus shelter near me, is the stop that I'm interested in, does it have a shelter or a shelter planned? You can go to raleighnc.gov/bus map. That is a smart link. You can go straight to our interactive map. All of the gray dots are all of the bus stops throughout the city. The red dots are existing shelters, and anything that you see in the yellow or yellowish orange is a planned facility. If you click on the legend and you go into the attributes, we have a number of attributes there about the type of shelter and other things related to its position in right-of-way, as well as I think it may even go into ADA accessibility. And finally, last slide, I did want to highlight our Adopt a Shelter program. So certainly we have volunteers. We currently have 35 volunteers that help us take care of 52 of our approximately 235 shelters that are in right-of-way. That's 15 businesses, 10 individuals, and 10 community organizations. Certainly, we maintain those shelters as well, but these volunteers are able to put a placard within the shelter saying that they sponsor it, and they help us out making sure that they report any special needs in or around that facility, and that's a great help. If you want any information on this program, if you just go to the City of Raleigh, raleighnc.gov, and in the search engine, just type in Adopt a Shelter, and it'll take you to our page, and there's a quick application. You can also go to our interactive map, and you can see exactly where existing shelters are. And actually, in this particular element, it'll let you know if it's already adopted by someone or if it's available for adoption. So that concludes the presentation, but I'll be certainly happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Councilmember Knight, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Eamon, thank you for this this presentation. I think for a lot of us, this has been a long time desire for the city to pick up the pace on shelters. I used to give Councilor Stewart, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, we talked about this even before I was on council often. So, and I appreciate her work over and the rest of the council's work to pick up the pace on this. I think y'all told us this before, but remind us why we have so many bus stops that literally at least less than 10 people use a day, which could often be nobody uses. It doesn't seem very cost efficient, but remind me why we have that many bus stops with that low of traffic.
Yeah, we do certainly have some stops that have a few boardings per week. They're mostly in residential or suburban areas. And while you saw the overall 85% of our boardings happen at just over or around 310 shelters or 310 sites, that is, we still think that those incidental trips are very important. We certainly want to make accessibility the most, we want to make it convenient as we can. We do provide quarter-mile spacing again within the city limits. That is for our standard bus services. As we think about bus rapid transit in the future, the spacing will be larger, but you'll have higher quality facilities with also contiguous sidewalk and other types of ADA amenities. But again, a point well taken, but our general spacing for bus stops is quarter mile.
Okay. Yeah, and I want to give those folks as much accessibility as possible. I just wonder if there's a better way to do it. You know, vans, smaller vehicles, something that if we know that somebody has to get to work, you know, every day or 3 times a week, but they're the only one using a bus stop, it would seem that there could be better ways to do that. I love the adopt a shelter idea, and I'm glad that's working positively. 2 questions. Remind me about private funding for a bus shelter. If a business, say, has a lot of employees that use a certain bus shelter and they want to support, improving that bus shelter, is that something that that can be done either from a business or an individual to sort of like adopting it, but helping pay for it to be improved?
And that's correct. I wouldn't say that we currently have a formal program, but I would say that there's been at least nearly a half a dozen facilities that I've been involved with over the years that we've worked with private engineering firms or nonprofits to install facilities at particular locations. So certainly if they contact us, they can go to the Adopt a Shelter site and contact us at GoRaleigh@raleighnc.gov. And we'll be happy to work with them to try to get a facility where they deem one may be necessary.
Okay, thank you. I think that's something to keep in. Let's keep thinking about how to incentivize that even more so. And then lastly, so did you say public supported bus stops that don't meet ADA requirements can exist, or do they have to have a plan for improvement to meet that requirement?
So we do have some facilities that we have not reached yet. So if you back in that chart, there were some of the older benches. And you got to think that the Americans with Disabilities Act came out actually in 1990. So these are some pretty old facilities, and some of the major corridors that are still there. There's not many there. But we have touched most of those and upgraded those with ADA accessibility. But all of those are on our list to improve, most definitely.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation. Look forward to working with you all on this.
Councilor Melton, you brought this forward. Do you have any questions, or were your questions answered?
No, this was helpful. I just wanted to get sort of a status update on progress we've made and where we're going.
Okay. Councilmember Branch?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And also thank you, David, for the report. I have more of just some comments and some thank yous. I want to thank our Go Raleigh Transit Authority committee for their work, because they always look at these stops throughout the system to see what changes need to be made. They look at on and off boardings. So Councilor Knight, to address your question about certain stops, these stops are always being reviewed. A lot of times these stops are already on the existing route, so it stays there because there is someone that may get on. But if the bus comes up and it's on its normal time frame, if no one's there, the bus keeps going, so it doesn't stop the bus. So having those stops, especially in some of our more suburban areas, it's very key to our overall citizens just getting to work and live. So I just want to thank the committee and thank the staff for the work that you're doing and you continue to do. You've come a long way with our shelters and with the funding. And there's a lot more, we need to go, but I like the direction that it's heading and just want to say thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Okay. Thank you very much, David. Good presentation. Okay, next we have text change authorization for open amenity areas in the downtown mixed-use district. Charles Dillard. Hi, Charles. How are you?
Great, Mayor. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. So this is a presentation to accompany the memo on open amenity area in the downtown mixed-use district that you received in the manager's update. One second. So just a little bit of background. So open amenity area is required in a number of building types in the city. I should note that open amenity areas are not required to be public, although functionally in downtown specifically, many of the open amenity areas that are provided do operate as sort of public spaces. But again, they're not required to be public. They are required in all proposed mixed-use, general, civic, or multi-use residential buildings. Additional standards, and this is the sort of the core here of this memo and presentation, the additional standards in the downtown mixed-use district often produce poor outcomes for amenity area and frequently slow the review process. Just a note about the process here. So this was initiated by staff and a sort of task force working group was formed that consisted of staff from planning and development, various divisions in planning and development, transportation, public utilities, and stormwater management. And for that reason, you'll see that the memo does get quite technical with some of the recommendations. For that purpose, we have sort of slimmed down this presentation, but I'm happy to answer any of those more technical questions after the presentation or as I go along. The issue areas that we cover in the memo include covered open amenity area, streetscape, and amenity area overlap, amenity areas on upper floors, green stormwater infrastructure in amenity areas, and open amenity area and adverse impacts, which I will explain in just a moment. So with covered amenity area, downtown mixed-use zoning district is the only district in the UDO that does not permit open amenity areas to be covered. This is despite the fact that covered amenity area can be desirable to provide shade and shelter. I think the weather we've had for the last week is a perfect example of how covered amenity area can be desirable. And covered amenity area is not incompatible with high quality public realm design. So the recommendation we make here is to say simply that we recommend permitting covered area in downtown mixed-use districts. We do in the memo make a distinction between occupiable coverings and non-occupiable coverings. Happy to answer any questions about that as we go along. And also to create a new design alternate path for proposals that do not meet the recommended proposals we make, but otherwise would create high quality amenity area. So the next issue is streetscape and an amenity area overlap. And this is one that's particularly pertinent downtown as development projects come in. Obviously, much of the curb-to-curb right-of-way width in downtown is set. Typically, we're not widening streets downtown, and often this results in the required streetscape infringing upon the private property. And that required streetscape, it is required, and so often that leads applicants to pursue relief at the Board of Adjustment or through the administrative alternate process, or it otherwise slows down the administrative site review process. And so we'd like to make some recommendations to sort of clarify and confirm that sidewalk area that is at least 10 feet in width, which is consistent with the open amenity area standards, can be counted as amenity area, and also to permit required street trees to count as amenity area. To note that in the UDO, the amenity area does have some standards, and plantings and benches are some of the elements that are required. So the next issue is amenity area on upper floors. So again, in downtown mixed-use districts, amenity areas are not permitted to be on upper floors, despite the fact that in downtown, obviously, sites are often constrained, and upper floors might be the ideal place for amenity area. This is, again, another time to remind you that the UDO, and we cannot require that open amenity areas are publicly accessible. However, they frequently are. So the recommendation here is to permit outdoor amenity area on upper levels in downtown mixed-use districts and sites with urban frontage, but to limit that area on upper floors to account for no more than 50% of the required amenity area. So the next issue is green stormwater infrastructure in amenity areas, and would like to especially thank our colleagues in the Stormwater Management Division for help crafting these recommendations. And so GSI in the urban environment can provide many benefits. Today, however, it can only account for up to 10% of a site's amenity area. So in accordance with the proposed ETOD overlay and other city policy, the UDO should more freely allow GSI in high-intensity urban areas. There are a number of recommendations here. I won't read through all of them, but generally, these are all proposed to encourage and facilitate the use of green stormwater infrastructure in downtown and other high-intensity urban areas. This is increasingly a best management practice in cities around the world. So the final issue that I'll talk about in this presentation is amenity area and adverse impacts. And so the current standards encourage amenity area provision to the side of buildings or in front of recessed buildings. And the result is often that this can break up what we refer to as the street wall, which is an element of urban design that it helps to create a sense of comfort, shelter, enclosure in the streetscape and public realm, and it is a sort of a best practice in urban design. So we do make some recommendations here, removing amenity area requirements for certain smaller scale mixed-use buildings in downtown mixed-use districts, remove the area requirement for residential buildings with 16 or fewer dwelling units. You might recall this is consistent with the parking reduction to 0 for such buildings with 16 or fewer units. The third is reducing amenity area requirement for non-residential and mixed-use buildings in exchange for 100% of provided amenity area being contiguous with and accessible to the street. And the fourth is consider a fee in lieu allowance for sites adjacent to public open spaces or within districts where an alternative approach to public realm design is desired. Should note this last recommendation is something that would require additional study, and so this is a sort of longer term recommendation that we make. And adding on to that, in addition to the fee in lieu that I just mentioned, staff does recommend some long-term considerations for further study to look at the urban design guidelines as a possible avenue for strengthening amenity area standards. Dedicated area-specific open space master plans. Many cities have enacted downtown open space master plans or other open space master plans for specific districts, and that is something that could be considered here. And the third is what we a much more extensive look at refining standards, but an urban design pattern book could help to improve amenity area production in the city. Just a note on phasing and critical path. We'll acknowledge that this timeline is quite aggressive, but given the sort of very technical and extensive coordination among staff to the state, we do feel that getting this text change to the portal within a month or so is entirely feasible. Obviously, it depends on Planning Commission and City Council deliberation ultimately, but this is a memo that recommends a text change that could be approved relatively quickly if you so choose. And be happy to answer any questions if you have them or provide some clarification.
Charles, if you could take down the, or somebody could take down the presentation, thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Stewart, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question. I just want to really appreciate the inclusion of green stormwater infrastructure into this plan. And I would love to see more of this kind of cross-departmental collaboration around GSI and stormwater stuff. So thank you. This is awesome.
Absolutely.
I knew that was going to be your comment. Mayor Pro Tem. I was like, I think you're very excited about this. So good there. David Knight.
Yes, it's just following up on that great point. I think we're all fans of GSI when and where we can use it. And I think we need to be thinking more and more creatively about how to use it. And so I think we need to be trying not to limit it at all within these areas. And incentivize it as great as possible, or even to some point require it at some level. So thank you again. Yes, I agree with that, and I like the direction that y'all are going in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles, I want to say this is very desperately needed. I think COVID has really shone a light on the need for amenity space in buildings, outdoor especially, and how this can really improve the quality of our downtown and other districts. So thank you for bringing this forward. I'm going to ask for a motion to authorize staff to draft the text change amendment.
I had a question for
Madam Mayor, two councilors have questions, Cox and Buffkin.
Well, I was just going to ask Councilmember Buffkin if he had a question, if he was making the motion.
I do have a question, Mayor. Thank you for that, but I believe Mr. Cox is in line in front of me.
Okay, Councilmember Cox?
Yeah, I would like to get some more details about what is meant by reducing amenity area requirements. I'm not clear about that point.
So amenity area is required to occupy 10% of a site, and so some of the recommendations we make would reduce that to 5% in exchange, for example, on sites that provide all of their amenity area at ground level and contiguous to the public realm. The reduction there is to 5%. You know, frequently we do see amenity areas that can be placed sort of in an interior courtyard that is not contiguous to a sidewalk, and obviously those are less likely to be public spaces in general. However, in transit-oriented districts and downtown particularly, it is desirable to have those amenity areas located close to the sidewalk, as it encourages more areas for gathering, shelter, that sort of thing. Does that answer your question?
Hey, Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree with a lot of comments that have already been said, so I won't repeat those. This is very exciting and welcome development. Thanks for your work on it. And I didn't want to miss a chance to get in on the green stormwater infrastructure. I'm a big fan too. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding this correctly. So this allows additional green stormwater infrastructure, but it doesn't require it. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Are we allowed to require green stormwater infrastructure?
Do not believe so.
Okay.
Just a word on that.
Sure.
If I could. The Stormwater Division and Transportation Division had a pretty long conversation about this. You know, what, for example, happens if a GSI collection device crosses a property line, who maintains it, that sort of thing. And you can trust that we will make sure that that is covered in any text change that we move forward.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Do we have a motion? Councilmember Stewart? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Move for approval.
I'll get there. I will get there. Councilmember Melton, seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, we're set to go. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
And I'm turning this over to our city manager. This is the city manager's report, and I kind of co-opted it. So I apologize. And Marshall, take over.
Thank you. No worries, Mayor. We're a tag team, and as always, meeting efficiency is our goal. So with that, the second item under my manager's report is the Carolina Pines Avenue Improvements Project. And we have Kenneth Ritchie from Engineering Services here to present that item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kenneth Ritchie, Roadway Design and Construction Manager with Engineering Services, here to provide an update on the Carolina Pines Avenue Improvement Project. And at the end of the presentation, there will be a recommended action. Our design consultant for this project is Lochner. So the project location, the project encompasses all of Carolina Pines Avenue from Lake Wheeler Road to South Saunders, with notable intersections at the Lake Wheeler Carolina Pines intersection, and then certainly Granite and Carolina Pines Avenue.
Existing conditions today, this is a 2-lane undivided roadway section with limited to no curb and gutter, very rolling terrain, very heavy from a residential standpoint and neighborhood business. There is a city transit line, the 7L, that runs Carolina Pines, significant public and private utilities, and a railroad crossing about midway through the project. The purpose of this project is really to improve mobility and connectivity for all modes of transportation, really looking to enhance pedestrian and bicycle connection through this area and improve safety with using various mechanisms to reduce speeds by vehicles through this area. So what are some of the challenges with this project? We have the Carolina Pines Lake Dam, which became a point of us looking at how we made sure that we had continuous sidewalks on both sides of this project throughout. There is a railroad crossing that was mentioned earlier. There is a Duke Energy transmission easement that runs through this project, especially running through the intersection with Lake Wheeler Road and Carolina Pines. Existing horizontal and vertical curvature throughout this area, and then certainly public and private utility relocation associated with these improvements. So the proposed scope of this project seeks to create a 2-lane avenue undivided street section with curb and gutter, a multi-use path on the south side, a 6-foot sidewalk on the north side. There will be landscaping included throughout this project to really give pedestrians and bicyclists that comfort and separation from the motorist public. Also included in this will be enhancements to the railroad crossing to better protect pedestrian and bicycle movements through that area. Traffic calming throughout to really look at reducing the vehicle speeds, and certainly enhancing the transit stops throughout this area in support of that 7L line. And 2, green stormwater infrastructure, which we look to include on all of our projects. Some of the other proposed design elements on this project, we are looking at a signalized intersection at Lake Wheeler Road and Carolina Pines Avenue. And then we will be implementing 2 different types of roundabouts on this project. At Oak Street or Oak Road, there will be a mini roundabout, which is a newer traffic calming device that really just looks to reduce speeds by providing a little bit of deflection through the intersection. And then a more traditional roundabout at Granite Street, which is depicted in the visual on the slide. And then speaking of the dam at Carolina Pines Lake, with limited shoulder and dam capacity, what we will be implementing with this is a boardwalk to cross the lake and provide that continuity on both sides of this corridor for bicycles and pedestrians. So public feedback, we had 3 public feedback sessions before we got to this presentation today. The general feedback we got was concerns about speed, concerns about bicycle and pedestrian safety, sidewalk connectivity, and then certainly extreme interest in the Lake Wheeler Road intersection. What we're looking at is a new lower speed limit throughout the corridor, along with traffic calming measures to really incentivize reduction in speed. We will be doing a 6-foot sidewalk and a 10-foot multi-use path along this corridor, as well as the boardwalk along to create that continuity. One of the other elements that was identified during public feedback and added to this project was extending sidewalk along Henslow Drive up towards Carolina Hills Lane. There was a sidewalk gap there today, and that is a relatively heavily used pedestrian corridor in terms of accessing the Carolina Pines Community Center. And with that too, we will be making improvements to the lower portion of Henslow Drive to add curb and gutter and some storm drainage to help address some historic drainage concerns in that area as well. And then the Lake Wheeler Road intersection. There were numerous design components that were considered, roundabouts and signals, but through extensive coordination with our partners at Duke Energy and NCDOT, we ultimately have proposed to move forward with a signalized intersection. So as we get into the project schedule, just to rehash some recent changes that Council approved to the project delivery process for transportation projects, and this was at the November 4th Council meeting that was reported out of Transportation and Transit. The one I want to identify specifically today is item number 3, which was to adjust the timing of the City Council's authorization of condemnation, providing authorization at the conclusion of the project update presentation with no earlier than dates for filing the condemnation lawsuits included as part of the recommended action. And so as we get into the next slide with the schedule, I'll kind of talk through how that will play out. So our initial pre-designed public touch point on this project was in April of 2019. We were back out to the public in the fall of 2019. In January of this year, we got into our advanced design public touch point. A lot of the work between the early design and the advanced design touch point was coordination with railroad, coordination with the boardwalk design, and certainly coordination with the intersection at Lake Wheeler Road. Our council presentation today and the condemnation authorization consistent with those previous actions. And then complete property acquisition in the fall of 2021. When we get to the recommended action, there will be 2 dates for condemnation authorization that I'll go into in a little bit more detail there. Construction bidding in the winter of 22 with notice to proceed late winter, early spring of 22, and anticipated completion of this project in the spring of 2024. So the recommended action by staff is to adopt a resolution which authorizes condemnation to acquire the needed property interest, whether fee simple or easement, to advance construction of the Carolina Pines Avenue project if such property interests are not acquired by the city by voluntary conveyance by July 30th, 2021 for electric utility easement properties and November 19th, 2021 for all other properties. The reasoning for the 2 dates, we typically try to acquire the electric utility easements ahead of time so that we can coordinate with Duke Energy in terms of starting our relocation efforts prior to notice to proceed for our contractors so that we don't have as much overlap between those efforts, and it allows a more seamless process through the construction process. So that is the end of the Carolina Pines presentation. I will gladly take any questions.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Fort?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a question, but I wanted to publicly thank staff for their engagement with the community, certainly with the extensions of the sidewalks, and I would say most importantly, working out a solution as relates to the signalized traffic stop on Lake Wheeler as opposed to the roundabout. I feel confident that a number of residents and community folks are happy with that outcome, and I appreciate all the meetings and hard work on behalf of the staff. So I just want to say that publicly.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion? Councilmember Fort?
Yes, ma'am. I move that we adopt the recommended action without resolution that the staffers propose as it relates to the condemnation.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has seconded that. All in favor? Clerk, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, the next item is Old Wake Forest Road and Dixie Forest Road Improvements Project. And Kenneth Ritchie can stay at the podium for this presentation as well.
You get a little bit more time with me. So this is our update presentation on the Old Wake Forest Road and Dixie Forest Road Improvement Project. The design consultant for this project is Weatherall Engineering. So the location of this project is the corridor that includes Old Wake Forest Road and Dixie Forest Road between Spring Forest Road and Capitol Boulevard. The existing conditions on this road, this is a 2-lane undivided roadway. There is spotty curb and gutter, and there is very limited sidewalk on both sides of this corridor. In addition, this is a very heavily used corridor in terms of connection between Capitol Boulevard and Litchford Road Atlantic. In terms of people using, this is another way to get into downtown. The purpose of this project is to improve safety for all users and really improve mobility and connectivity for pedestrians, bicyclists, and really try and address some of the congestion issues that have increased over time with the use of this as that connection over to Atlantic Avenue. Some of the project challenges, there are some significant slopes throughout this corridor, especially on the Atlantic Avenue end of this project, and as we cross over the rail that we have to address. Minimal pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and then certainly a bridge crossing over the railroad. So the proposed scope and design, so this project does have supplemental federal funding running through the locally administered projects program through NCDOT and CAMPO. The project projected cost for this is about $17.1 million. This will establish a 4-lane divided avenue. This will be a median divided avenue with a 10-foot multi-use path, or 12-foot multi-use path, excuse me, and an 8-foot sidewalk, as well as street lighting, green stormwater infrastructure, and street plantings along the corridor. So some of the public feedback with this project was looking at pedestrian safety, but specifically pedestrian safety near Millbrook High School. And with a push for a mid-block crossing along Dixie Forest, a lot of the students use some of the new amenities there along the south side of Dixie Forest during their lunch, and really working to provide some protected pedestrian crossings for those movements. Dedicated right turn from Old Wake Forest onto Litchford Road. This was really intended to help ease some of that congestion. And part of this project was conversation with regards to the location of the bicycle facilities. The original design for the Old Wake Forest Road project had bicycle lanes within the roadway, consistent with the previous philosophy on bicycle facilities. During the course of this project, there were ongoing discussions about moving those facilities, and ultimately those facilities have now been moved out of the roadway and onto the shoulder, thus the 12-foot multi-use path that will be implemented on it. So the project schedule, this project really started into design in March of 2018 with our early design touch point, and then the ongoing conversations coming out of BPAC with regards to the bicycle facility locations. In October 2019, it was submitted for LAP grant funding, and in February 2020, that LAP grant funding was awarded. We weren't able to execute the municipal agreement with NCDOT until October of 2020. There was a delay in that execution because DOT was at a point, because of their fiscal concerns, that would not allow them to enter into contracts that provided fiscal responsibilities for them. January of this year, we did our advanced design public touch point. We are at the council presentation today, along with condemnation authorization. We will be looking to wrap up property acquisition in the summer of 2021. The recommended action will speak to that in terms of the no earlier than date for the lawsuits. This will be a little bit more of an abbreviated real estate period. Because of the LAP funding, we are working with a date where we have to essentially get authorization from NCDOT to move into the construction phase by September 30th of this year. So with all the requirements and reviews that will be required to get that authorization, we have set that date in accordance with the schedule we need. With that, we are in talks with regular talks with CAMPO to understand if they will be looking at any kind of extensions with regards to LAP grant funding, akin to what they did with the previous federal fiscal year. That action last year was not taken until August, so we may not know for some time. So we're continuing to move forward with the date that we need to hit of September 30th for that construction authorization. Fall of this year, we'll be looking to get into construction bidding and notice to proceed with a planned construction completion of spring of 2024. And the recommended action is to adopt the resolution, which authorizes condemnation to acquire the needed property interest, whether fee simple or easement, to advance construction of the Old Wake Forest Road, Dixie Forest Road project, if such property interests are not acquired by the city by voluntary conveyance by June 30th of 2021. This does provide for the minimum required 60 days of consideration by each property owner per the federal regulations. And this date allows us to get all of our property acquired, get it approved through NCDOT to really try and meet our construction authorization date of September 30th. So that is the end of this presentation. I will gladly accept any questions.
Do we have any questions? Do we have a motion? Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Ritchie, thank you for your presentation and all your work on this important project. It's a bit of a complicated project, and I'm just really pleased to see it moving along. So I move approval of the staff's recommended action.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Cox, all in favor? That was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
So the next item on our agenda is the Greater Raleigh CVB. Today we have Allison Bradshaw from our Finance Department, as well as Paula McChristian from the CVB, and the request is for the use of some of their interlocal funding reserve.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Guess we'll go ahead and put the presentation up quickly. All right, so this item relates to the use of fund balance reserves by the Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau. All right, here's the agenda. Just a quick refresher on the history of the hospitality tax. As a reminder who the Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau are, and the action that's required by City Council, and then any questions that you may have. So again, just a quick refresher, the hospitality taxes here in Wake County were authorized currently at 6% room and occupancy and 1% prepared food and beverage. City Council and the Wake County Board of Commissioners govern the use of these funds, and there are interlocal agreements that provide the oversight process. You may recall that we are currently on the 22nd Amendment, which was approved in June of last year. And the funding is to support convention center, arena, cultural, sports, and art activities throughout the county. We all know that the impacts to the hospitality sector here in the U.S. and here in Raleigh that the pandemic continues to cause, Staff from the city and county have been working with stakeholders to monitor the revenues and plan for budget impacts as these revenues continue to be significantly impacted. The Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau is the official destination marketing organization for the county and receives funding from the hospitality taxes as outlined there. In June, their board voted to reduce its annual operating budget by approximately 20%. Now, this is in addition to the budget reductions that they already had as a part of their FY21 budget. In that approval, the use of fund balance of $500,000 was also approved to help offset the continued loss of revenues. Per the governing authority, the Wake County Board and the City Council are to approve the use of fund balance for this organization. The item is scheduled to go to the Wake County Board, and it is on their agenda at the beginning of March. Staff recommends approval for the CVB for the utilization of the $500,000 of fund balance reserves. Happy to address any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions on this? Councilmember Cox?
If we approve this, how much will be left in the reserve?
Yeah, I will let Paula answer that question. She's their finance director. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Council and Mayor. It will leave $1.5 million in our reserves. Again, we're wanting to be very prudent in our use of reserves. Again, remain still fiscally very responsible on the funds that are coming in from occupancy tax, and just this will help us continue through the remainder of the year with the expenses that we do have. But we still do have a very strong fund balance.
And this is to cover ongoing operating expenses, is that what the?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have a motion to approve the authorization? Councilmember Melton? Motion to approve?
I move to approve, yes.
Councilmember Branch is seconded. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? That's unanimous, Clerk. Thank you.
And the last item on the manager's report today is one that I'm happy to speak a little bit about. You may recall last year that you all authorized staff to create the Office of Equity and Inclusion. As we all know, equity and inclusion is one of our many important and critical values that guide and govern the work that we do every single day. So we have been going wide open for the past 7 months, and Dr. Andrea Caesar, the Executive Director of the HRC and manager of the Office of Equity and Inclusion, is here to give us a program update. And I will just give you a little bit of a dangling carrot. Hang tight for our budget, our management team retreat with the council, because I will bring forward another proposition to you at that time when we meet in March. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the mayor and members of council. It's good to see you all. I'm Andrea Caesar, the Executive Director of the Office of Equity and Inclusion, and as Marshall stated, I'm going to give an update over the past 7 months. So when we were launched in 2020, it was our first opportunity to really go live with the work that we had already been doing in 2019. For some of you counselors, you might remember in 2019, we were charged with coming up with a plan to review the strategic plan, the comp plan, and departmental business plans through a lens of equity. What we realized at the time is that we didn't have the capacity to do that. So we embarked on a year-long training effort through the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. And I'm going to cover some of the things that we worked on and some of the products that came out of that year-long experience. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the organizational equity efforts, our new boards, and then some upcoming events. The mission for the office is to embed equity into Raleigh's culture, practices, and policies. The vision is that Raleigh will be a fair and just city where all residents feel welcome and have access to what they need. Here's the structure of the office. There are 5 service areas: human relations, civil rights, community health, equity and inclusion services, and our business inclusion, or MWBE. Underneath our human relations areas, where you're going to find the vast majority of our boards and commissions, we have a total of 7. So you have the Human Relations Commission, you have the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities, the Mayor's Committee for Compassion, and then the 2 newly created boards, the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board and the Police Advisory Board. Under civil rights, our focus is on the Fair Housing Act. So we have the Fair Housing Hearing Board underneath that segment. And in the future, we're looking to explore opportunities to review our fair housing ordinance. Under the community health section is where we have our partnership services. So we have a community stakeholder group with well over 100 community partners, governments, nonprofits, corporations, and grassroots organizations that are interested in partnering with the city. The idea, again, is that the city doesn't own this work in the space of public health, but we want to support organizations that are actually doing something in that space. And we do so through our human services and agency grants in excess of $1 million. These grants are allocated from the Human Relations Commission and other partners who come together to figure out what organization has the greatest need at that time, and we fund them accordingly. And our equity and inclusion services is the newest piece. This is the piece that houses our City of Raleigh equity team. Our equity team has been in existence since September of 2019. And again, the organization didn't have the capacity. So we sent 20 individuals from various departments to this Government Alliance on Race and Equity North Carolina cohort. And we convened in Charlotte, North Carolina, and you'll see some pictures as we go through the presentation of that very first meeting, which was very long and very heavy. But in that meeting, we started charting the course for what our work would look like and then what some of our work products would look like. So here are our organizational efforts. So again, the cohort began in August, officially in August of 19, and just concluded in 2021. Our cohort was different because of COVID. Most cohorts will wrap up in exactly a year and everything is done face-to-face. But we had to be a part of this transition into the virtual world. And typically when you're having equity training, it's interactive. So we had to make some, I would say, extreme adjustments in the way that we do it so that the training would have the same effect as if you were in person. And we were successful in doing that through GEAR. Our City of Raleigh Equity Team, or CORE team, has gone through the process of doing racial equity tool assessments within their departments. The information that we gained or the data that we got from the assessments will lead into Raleigh's first racial equity action plan. And this plan is due to come out in March. So we'll be happy to present the results of that. But after looking at departments, we recognized there were some areas that were happening in the same, some areas that we were having the same issues or same areas of concern. So one way to address that is beginning with a foundational training. So back in July of 2020, and this is right after the George Floyd killing and the social unrest began to happen and we started seeing things in the news, city leadership said that we need to do something to connect with employees as we go through this process. And as a result, we hosted our first town hall on race and equity. It was well attended. We had over 1,200 staff virtually on the call. We had speakers, but most importantly, we had testimonials from our equity team members who were just really sharing how they were feeling in the moment. With everything going on, and we're still working, we needed to find a balance in between the human side of things and the professional side of things. So carrying on with the town hall and then following it up with the departmental processing sessions allowed us to do that. So the departmental processing sessions were called Can We Talk? And it was just that. It was a dialogue between members of the equity team and staff in departments in small groups. What we found is that staff had a lot to say, and there were a lot of feelings that were going without any way to express them. So in order to keep us as an effective organization, we recognized that staff needed that time and space. So we had over 3,000 staff participate in the Can We Talk sessions. And it was a wonderful primer to take us into this required training, which we're getting ready to kick off in March. So with the required training, it's really going to be that foundation where we start to introduce concepts and terminology to staff so that we can all be on the same page about the language that we're speaking in regard to racial equity. Here's the framework that we have adopted. It's the National Best Practice Model for Equity Work in Government, and it comes from Race Forward and also the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. Ideally, you want to start with visualizing where you want to be, and we've done that with our office in terms of our mission and vision. But then we want to start normalizing shared language and shared priority. When you start to normalize the conversation and you're consistent about the messaging and the terminology that is used, staff adapt it and it becomes a part of the everyday work experience. We're moving down to organizing with the internal infrastructure. The creation of the Office of Equity Inclusion was that infrastructure that's going to support the work. It doesn't mean that the office owns the work. It means that we support departments in their goals and initiatives to bring the work forward. I remember Mayor Pro Tem Stewart actually made the statement that it's important to have some place to own this initiative or this work so that it is sustained over time. And that's really what our office is doing. We are really just a conduit for departments and a consultant and advisor to help folks utilize the tools that we're bringing forward and implement them in a way that is appropriate. Moves us to the next phase of operationalizing. So, once we've normalized the language and we've had conversations in departments, we've created the office itself, now we're starting to implement racial equity tools and do some strategic planning and have a results focus. Ideally, we want transparency to the community about what we're doing and the efforts that we're bringing forward. So the next step in the process is to create that racial equity action plan. And that's where we are right now. And so we're using the tools that staff have been trained on now to begin to create this plan. I wanted to share some fun pictures with you because the folks on the equity team who started with the GARE process realize how long and how not painful, but it has been a long time coming to get to this point where we do have staff who are trained to implement the tools. So I just wanted to share some pictures of the team who went through this process. And I also want to point out my colleague for the GARE cohort is Letitia Holmes, and she's in the middle picture there on the far right. She has been instrumental in supporting this work, particularly with the GARE program. So out of everything, this group or core team created a statement. And this statement was put out by our city manager back in July. And I'm going to just read it for impact. Raleigh is committed to establishing and advancing an equitable community for all. Because we know that race is the primary predictor of a person's outcomes across all social indicators and social systems, the City of Raleigh will prioritize racial equity to dismantle the policies and systems that have created and sustained these inequities. Inequities in our systems and policies are costly and limit positive outcomes and quality of life for all of us. When we achieve racial equity, all people in Raleigh will benefit from a more just, equitable system. Raleigh aspires to be a model for equity in local government. This statement is really powerful, and it just gets to the heart of where we want to be as a city and where we want to be as employees as we're serving the community and as we're engaging the community. So also in 2020, and like I said, it's just been 7 months since we've started, we also added 2 new boards, the Police Advisory Board and the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. Due to COVID, there was a delay in getting started, but both boards launched in August of 2020, started the process of orientation. They selected leadership, and they worked on their bylaws, followed by a work plan. So both boards have been busy. And when you go through the board development process and you have holidays in there, Thanksgiving and Christmas, they've really done a ton of work to this point. And you're going to hear from the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs leadership team shortly here. But both boards decided on terms. And when it came down to it, all inaugural board members will serve 2 years during the board development phase, and then 50% will roll off in 22. So the idea is that we don't want to roll people off because we haven't really done a full year because of COVID. And then when we finally got started, there was all the development piece happening, and we hadn't had an opportunity to get to the work yet. So now that we are in the work and we're completing the bylaws and completing the work plan, it was only appropriate that we allow folks to be on for 2 years just for this inaugural term. This way we can have a stagger when 50% roll off. So it's the same for both the Police Advisory Board, who will be coming to you on March the 2nd, and then we've got the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs leadership here today. And we've submitted board budgets for FY22. So the work plans that they'll be presenting will be just for the next few months to get us to a point where we're established and then really hit the ground running after July 1. We've got a few events coming up, and I'll just highlight a couple of them. Mayor's Unity Day 2021. This is traditionally a Human Relations Commission activity where we look at a certain race or culture or ethnic group and celebrate that group. This year, because of COVID, we wanted to do something different. And this will be the very first time that we bring together all 7 boards and commissions under the Office of Equity and Inclusion to do Unify or hashtag Unify Raleigh. This event will be a drive-through, and it's Saturday, February 20th at Southeast Raleigh High School. we're going to be distributing care packages for families in need. So there'll be food, resources, PPE. We've got special packages for the kids, and we're hoping to serve 1,000 families. The following Saturday, we're going to do a drop-off event, and we've partnered with some organizations that service the unsheltered in the community. And so we're also preparing care packages and hygiene kits for folks who are homeless or unsheltered at this time. Our Talk Inclusion series is now moving into its third month. Back in December, we started with a focus on mental health with Elevate, Motivate, and Support. These sessions are open to the community. They are virtual, and they can be found on our website. We have two coming up in February, our LGBTQ Basics, where we have Corey Hennessy from the LGBT Center of Raleigh coming to give some really informative presentations. So this is also coming up actually this week, February 18th, and then we have another session on February 23rd. So if you go to our website and you just put in LGBTQ, you'll get the link and you can register there. What we have coming up in March is the color of law, racial segregation in housing. So as a part of our Social Equity Book Club, we explore different topics to allow the community to be educated as well as staff. And so the book that we'll be reviewing is The Color of Law. And this actually, the Talk Inclusion session is going to be more of a dialogue. So for folks who haven't necessarily read the book but want to get in the conversation and listen, the Talk Inclusion session will be perfect for that. Okay. So I've said a lot, and I've given you just kind of a brief look at our programming and what we've been doing over the past 7 months, and it has been extremely busy. But it's been a labor of love because this is important work for the city and important to the community. So I will take any questions that you have.
Impressive. Who has questions? Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that was exciting to hear all this. Dr. Caesar, thanks for all the work that you and your staff and volunteer boards have been doing, like you said, in a quick time period. So that's awesome. Just wanted to make sure you're aware of that I do have a listening session this Thursday. We're going to be focusing on equity and inclusion around local economic development. So we'd love for you to be part of that if you'd like to. It's going to be virtual, of course, and or any and all of your staff too. I think I'll learn a lot from that, and looking forward to it. Have some experts like Katie Gales and Danya Perry are going to be on there, for example. So it should be worthwhile. So thank you for all the work that y'all are doing, and look forward to working with you all as we move into 2021.
Thank you.
Councilmember Melton.
Thanks. I will just add, I'm really impressed with the pace at which you've worked in the past 7 months. This is important work, and I think it just continues to go towards our goals of building a more equitable city and also engaging with our community. And I'm really impressed with the boards and commissions that have been set up and with the work that you will continue to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Branch.
No question. Just want to say thank you for your work and all that you're doing. And I pray that we as a council give you the staff that you need to do your work.
So stay tuned to that. Councilmember Branch, I will be coming to you shortly. But with that, I would like to say that we look at each other very much in the work that we do. But those pictures were pre-COVID, so we were not all wrapped up around each other during the restrictions. So I just wanted to put that out there. But again, I am very, very proud of the work that this office and this city has done to stand up this core value. And only thing I can say is there's more to come. Thank you. And that concludes my report today.
Okay, I have one question for Dr. Caesar. We mentioned, Councilmember Knight mentioned Danya Perry. He has been working, he's with the Chamber's DEI initiative, and he has been working on a better wake. I think there's probably some ways that we could work together with them. And I don't know, Dr. Caesar, if that has already started or not, but there might be some good collaboration efforts. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Yes. So we have had some conversations, but nothing has started yet. We'll keep that in mind as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. I am going to ask that we take a 5-minute break so we can give our full attention to our new Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. 5 minutes before, shut off your, mute, shut off your video, come back in 5. Thank you. Thank you for indulging us, everyone. We will hear now from Dr. Caesar again with a report and recommendation of the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board.
Good afternoon again, Council. We've got a special treat today. We have the executive team from the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. They're going to introduce themselves and share a little bit about the work that they've been doing over the past 6 months.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and councilors. My name is Elke Milan. I'm currently the community co-chair for the Hispanic Immigrants Affairs Board. I stand before you with a deep sense of gratitude and appreciation for allowing us to be here today to speak and briefly discuss what's going on our board. Before I begin, let me just say, wow. This council is the first in many areas. First council to approve the creation of a Hispanic Immigrant Affairs Board. First council to endure a global pandemic. First council to create a police accountability board. Bravo. This council has put forth bold action and change to improve the lives of all residents. We are thankful to you and all City of Raleigh employees that have helped us and our board since its inception. Now let's go back to December 2019. This council made a request to city staff to create a report on how the board could function. By March 2020, the application process began. In May 2020, 15 members were selected, 7 community members and 8 professional members. These applicants were chosen to represent our city and serve as liaisons between the City of Raleigh government and our Hispanic and immigrant communities to address the specific needs of these communities. This board will work to civically engage our Hispanic and immigrant communities via outreach to address social, economic, and vocational pursuits in efforts to make recommendations to the council to promote inclusion and make Raleigh a prosperous and inclusive city. Our board has done extensive work on our bylaws and our work plan, and most recently voted to establish the following committees: our communication, community engagement and celebration, social justice and public safety, and economic development committee. At this time, I would like to introduce Andrea Martinez, a community member and our board secretary, to further discuss the bylaws and our work plan.
Thank you so much, Elke. Elke, as you know, serves as our board co-chair. Eleazar, who serves as the other co-chair, sends his regrets that he's not able to be here today. And I serve as board secretary. And thank you, Elke, for those remarks. Truly brings into focus how much of a historic movement this is within City of Raleigh offices as well as a board. So I'm going to hit the high points of the bylaws as well as our work plan so you can see what we've been working on these past few months and what our plans are for the next 3 months as well as in the new fiscal year. So we came to do this by working on this together with our excellent board. This includes both professional and community members, and every member had a hand in creating these bylaws. And we were lucky enough to have members who actually have past experience in creating bylaws, even a couple attorneys, which was supremely helpful in the process. It really brings into focus the fact that people with different specialties can come together to create something that is equitable for all as well as digestible for all. So we made sure to weave equity through every part of the process, including our decision making for which subcommittees to put into effect, which has already hit the ground running as far as things we plan to do for the next 3 months and 6 months on. Our plan is also to make this as an effective board as possible, is to stagger those terms, as Dr. Caesar has already mentioned, for both leadership and membership. All of those initial board members will serve 2 years, and half our community members and professional members will extend their current terms by a year, 3 years, to ensure a staggered membership instead of an entirely new board. And we thank City Council for their advisement to make that happen, because of course we wouldn't want to start again all over from scratch with a new board. So it helps us keep some level of continuity with our work. And then as far as our work plan, one of our biggest priorities as a board is language accessibility. Of course, as a Hispanic and immigrant board, this is something that is often a barrier in both of those communities. And so we will continue to press that goal in our advocacy as a board. And that's not something that we specifically need funds for at this moment. But what is been very helpful in this process, given that we have both professional and community members, is that in our separate spaces, we're able to push this work as a collective through different agencies, organizations, and Raleigh initiatives. We will also be working on creating a community listening session in order to assess needs during COVID-19, which is of supreme importance to this community. We know that as of right now, the Hispanic and immigrant community is not vaccinating at the rate of other communities in the Raleigh area and in the Wake County area. So we're going to be focusing on the need now, as well as post-pandemic and effects on the economic, educational, cultural, and social needs of our community. We would need to provide language access for the different needs of our community during this event. Our other work plan goal will be to achieve through our advocacy as members during this 3-month period. If you see in the work plan, we have a multitude of other goals that we have there. However, we're going to keep pressing on those right now through our advocacy efforts, through the different organizations that we're involved in, and then roll those over to the fiscal year 2022 in order to put funds behind those specific goals as well. I'll say that it has been interesting to approach this work completely from the online world. It has given us new perspective as far as accessibility for reaching all our members and being able to meet for things like simultaneous translation and how that might be possible, again, in this online world as we work on our community listening session. So it's really been an honor, at the same time difficult, but needed to get this work done. So the opportunity to do that has been interesting, to say the least. So we've only been able to meet, of course, online. So I just have one photo of us as a board in our first meeting in this virtual world. So it has been an exciting time and can't wait to keep pressing forward on these goals. So thank you very much.
Hi, do you guys have any questions?
Is there any questions from the council? Okay,
Great.
I do have one question, probably for Dr. Caesar when the presentation is over. Is the presentation over, Dr. Caesar?
Yes, it is.
So in reading through the bylaws, something kind of stuck with me that I hadn't seen in any other bylaws for city boards and commissions, and that was a pretty intense conflict of interest policy. I'm wondering, is this a new city policy, and is this something we're doing across the board, or is this unique?
So the conflict of interest is not a city policy. It is unique to this board, and it's not something that we've implemented with other boards in the past.
So why are we doing it for this board and not others? I'm just kind of curious here and wonder what kind of message that sends.
Well, the bylaws were created by a subcommittee of members of the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, and everyone on the board voted to include this information, and so that's why it's there, and that's why it has made it to the final plan.
Okay, I see the city attorney raising her hand.
There is a citywide boards and commissions code of conduct that includes conflicts of interest in it already. We'd actually worked on updating that, and that's pretty far along, and that would apply to all of them. So I have not seen and was not aware of this other one, but might be a good idea to compare them since we already have a policy.
Well, Councilmember Fort.
Excuse me, I was going to ask the city manager that question. So certainly we'll look forward to getting a comparison in terms of, whether this is more restrictive than what is normally required for our voluntary boards and commissions.
Okay, we will do that.
Well, what I would suggest is perhaps we wait on that part of it to see, so we have consistent policy throughout the city for all boards and commissions. So I don't know if that means removing that and then comparing it later, or however we handle it, but I'll leave that up to the city attorney.
I mean, I think if it's, I haven't seen it, so I can't opine on whether, it conflicts or is the same or is consistent with state law or anything like that. I mean, if you want to be safe, I'd just adopt it without that in it. And knowing that they are already subject to the current boards and commissions policy, which I see Gail nodding her head. Again, it's a project we've worked on because it's pretty old, but it still sets for some pretty specific rules about what you should and shouldn't do. So I mean, I can't say it's okay or not without looking at it. So it would be my advice, if you want my sign off or our offices, that we pull it out.
So do we need so we need to approve the proposed bylaws and annual work plan. So I will make a motion to approve the proposed bylaws and annual work plan, but ask that the conflict of interest policy be removed and that the conflict of interest policy that you're working on apply. So we have consistency.
Right now, there's one in effect, and that will apply. When the new one comes up, the new one will, which is, pretty much ready to go. It's just one of those things where there's a lot going on, and, whenever you're ready for it, we can pull it forward.
Okay, Councilmember Fort.
I was just going to second your motion.
Okay, all in favor? Is anyone opposed? Okay, that passed unanimously. Thank you to everybody for the work on this committee. I think we've come a long way despite COVID, and really excited to see where this goes from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have matters scheduled for public hearing. The first is annexation petition, contiguous inside the ETJ 5415 Tile Drive. There is no one signed up to speak, is my understanding.
Good afternoon. Christopher Golden here from Planning and Development. The annexation you have before you is in the 5400 block of Kyle Drive. The petitioner is requesting to annex into the city because they're building a single-family home and they would like to connect to water and sewer, which are available on the western edge of the property. The property is zoned R1, and if the annexation is approved, they will be incorporated into Council District B, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Councilmember Cox, did I see your hand raised?
No questions, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, I am going to open the hearing then close the hearing. Councilmember Cox.
Yes, I'd like to move to approve the annexation request.
Okay, do we have a second? Councilmember Branch has seconded. All in favor? That was unanimous, clerk.
Thank you.
Next, thank you. Next, we have rezoning text change TCZ 220, the lakes. We have staff here.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jason Harden with Planning and Development. So this is a requested change to the existing text of a plan development. It's what we call a TCZ, text change of zoning conditions. It's a fairly large plan development, a little bit more than 74 acres for orientation. That's Falls of Noose Road on the right, on the east side, Sandy Forks to the north, Spring Forest to the south. It's inconsistent, and I'll explain why, in a relatively narrow way with the future land use map, but it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission recommended approval 7-0. So the current plan development, and I'll outline the changes, which are relatively constrained in scope. It primarily allows residential uses, some limited amount of commercial space. You can see from the map mixed-use zoning along Falls of Noose Road, and then generally residential uses to the north and west and south. This is the aerial view, just a better look at the site itself, which is partially developed, the northern half along Sandy Forks, previously developed, and then again, the proximity to retail uses along Falls of Noose and generally residential elsewhere. A couple of views of the site and into the site. So top left from Sandy Forks Road looking into the site, and then a couple of interior views on the Lakes Drive, which runs through the site, currently stubs in roughly the center of the site, and then looking north into the site from Shanda Drive on the bottom right. So this is the changes that are proposed. Again, it would remain a planned development district and there's a reference to sub-districts. I'll illustrate those in just a second. It would change the height limit in 2 of the sub-districts from 4 stories and 62 feet to 5 stories. And it would not add additional units or commercial square footage, but it would reallocate within that planned development area 75 units from one district to another district. Lastly, would add a provision that would eliminate the code requirement that ground floors for residential buildings be elevated 2 feet above the ground. So I mentioned the districts. This is what I just referenced. And so you can see to the north along Sandy Forks, District A and B, and then C, D, and E on the south. So the height limit change would be to D and E. That's that relatively undeveloped portion of the site. And the reallocation of units from A, 75 units, to subdistrict E in the southeast of the site. And this is what it looks like in terms of the numbers. There are 1,500 total units that wouldn't change, that are permitted by the existing and proposed plan development. And so 75 of those units shifting from A, 600 there to 525, going to E from 100 currently to 175. So I've touched on a lot of this already. The changes that are proposed don't affect the current residential density, total number of units, commercial space, or setbacks. In terms of the analysis, again, not substantial changes, so not relatively huge analytical conclusions, but would permit, in terms of carbon emissions, smaller, therefore more efficient housing units. Facilitating this additional housing then would be likely to bring down per capita carbon emissions. In terms of affordability, wouldn't change, add or reduce housing supply, would facilitate, presumably the reason being requested, it would facilitate development of additional housing on the site. Does permit, obviously, a variety of housing types, any housing types that the code permits, smaller lots within walking distance of transit. So it would, again, facilitate, not add to, but building types such as apartments that tend to be relatively more affordable than new units and detached houses. In terms of comprehensive plan, analysis, you can see the future land use map designates most of the PD area as medium density residential. It is, in terms of uses, clearly consistent with that designation. However, in terms of height, in this context, the recommendation for height in the comprehensive plan would be up to 4 stories. The request, again, for those 2 subsections of the site is for 5 stories, so slight increase in height beyond what's envisioned there. It also wouldn't change the area, which is subsection C, that's designated as open space or recreational opportunities. It, however, does not currently align with that future land use map. So in adopting this, it would make sense to clean up or reflect that map as well. There's no urban form designation on the site itself. Overall, again, inconsistent in that one way with future land use map. No urban form designation. It is consistent overall, consistent with several policies that support infill development of sites such as this, adding to or facilitating housing supply, greenhouse gas reduction. The one inconsistent policy goes back to that future land use map. Inconsistency. So approval, if granted, would amend that map from, in that area, medium density residential to high density residential, and it would modify the designated area of public parks and open space. As you can see, the top right is the existing future land use map, and the lower right is what would be amended if the TCZ is approved. So no outstanding issues, and I'm happy to address questions if there are any.
Thank you. If we could take the presentation down. Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Councilmember Cox?
Regarding the green space, I seem to recall when this first came to council that there was some discussion about dedicated public green space. Is that still going to happen? Because it looks like it's substantially reduced.
The reduction there is simply in the map itself. It's not at all proposed to change. You're recalling that correctly. There are provisions of the plan development that set aside areas for recreation and open space. They would not be adjusted by this. They're not part of the request to change the plan development. The reason for the map changing is simply it probably could have changed at the time. And now we have started the practice of changing the maps automatically with rezoning requests. So that's why that map looks different at this point, but not reflecting any change to the development itself.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, there's no one here to speak against this. Michael Birch is here, I believe, Beth, on behalf of the applicant. Michael, I am ready to open and close the hearing if you are okay with that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, I will open the hearing and close the hearing. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 16, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the text change to zoning conditions with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Fort has seconded that. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, clerk, that is unanimous. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee.
No report. We have one item pending, and we will, well, I guess 2 items pending now. We put one in there today, and we will, our next meeting will be in March. No meeting this month.
Thank you. Report and recommendation of the Growth and Natural Resources Committee.
Yes, we have no report. We have a meeting virtual 4 p.m. next Tuesday, February 23rd. Again, we're bringing up sanitary sewer overflows. Thank you.
Thank you. Another topic that excites the Mayor Pro Tem.
It's my favorite.
Thank you. Yes. Report and recommendation of Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities Committee. We will not be holding a meeting this month. And then we have a report and recommendation of the Transportation and Transit Committee.
No report, no items, no meeting this month.
Hey, thank you. Next, we have the reports from Mayor and City Council. And I am going to start today because I have 5 items. First, we need to confirm a retreat date. And I believe there was some consensus building around March 19th from 3 to 5 to the 20th. On the 20th? Okay, I see some head shaking.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I was thinking it was still planned for the second weekend. No
I
one's,
believe Councilor Knight had a conflict with that and could not be there.
okay. Okay.
Councilor Stewart, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, do you have a conflict
I have a conflict with March 19th, yes, and the 20th.
on both days? Okay. Councilmember Knight, what date is your conflict?
It's really the 13th. When were you thinking about, when would be the times on the 13th? Will they be in the morning?
So the 13th is the Saturday, so that would be all day.
Starting in the morning and going till mid-afternoon.
Councilmember Branch, what were you thinking?
It's morning, and we normally on Saturdays we're usually done by maybe 2 or 3, but that depends on council and concerns and questions and conversation.
So let me see if I can come up with something here. Councilor Knight, if we started, say, at 11 and went to 5 o'clock, could that accommodate your schedule?
You're talking about on Saturday?
Yes.
I mean, can we start a little bit earlier than that and finish it like Councilor Branch was saying, like finish at 3, like start at 10 or 9?
Well, I thought your conflict was in the morning.
No, I was asking where we're going to start in the morning. No, my conflict would be in the afternoon, evening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So could we start maybe at 9 and go to what we usually go to about 2 o'clock, Councilor Branch?
2, 3, 4, depends on if you all want to eat.
I can make that work.
So, okay, so that would be the 12th and the 13th. And I think then what we could do, Councilor Branch, is what we discussed, potentially moving 2 items, the budget and the parks bond, to the 12th, and maybe do that from 3 to 5. Is that what, or 4 to, what did we say?
So when we're talking about the evening on that Friday, normally where we start is actually around 2 and go from 2 until about 6. And then we start back up Saturday morning. It's more than 2 hours. We need at least 4 hours.
Will we need 4 hours for those 2 items?
Seeing the city manager's head nod, I would agree. Yes.
Okay.
Especially,
so
yeah.
We'll do 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on the 12th. And then on the 13th, we will start at 9 a.m. And we'll go until we go.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Is that your motion?
Councilor Knight, if you could, I think that will allow you to be there for the meat of it. So, okay. Do we need a motion?
Yes, based on the clerk, yes. I think Councilman Cox had a question.
Councilor Cox?
Will this be virtual or in person?
So from the way we were playing it, knowing the concerns that you did raise, this was in person, looking at a remedy for you to attend virtually, based on your concern.
Yes, I do have that concern, especially with the more virulent strain out there, and I don't anticipate getting a vaccine by that time.
Are you old enough to get a vaccine, Councillor Cox?
No, you'll be there before I will.
I'm still waiting. So, yeah, I never said before that I wanted to be 65, but there you have it. All right, so I will make a motion for our retreat. We will meet on the 12th from 2 to 6 p.m. and on the 13th begin at 9 a.m. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilor Branch has seconded. All in favor? Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yes.
I assume we're having it at the convention center, or would you make that clear?
Yes, we're going to plan to host it at the Raleigh Convention Center so that we can spread out and have the necessary technology in place to do it virtually for Councilmember Cox.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, I am asking for a donation from our council contingency fund. This would be $10,000 to sponsor the United Arts Nights of Arts event, which will be held on March 11th. Funding will go to various art programs. United Arts will be sending out information to all of you, and we'll vote on this in 2 weeks. Any questions on that? Okay, thank you. The next item, Trailswood Drive. Councilor Fort and I were out there meeting with the neighbors and applicants on the zoning case that we scheduled today. And one of the things we both looked at each other and said, we need some speeding enforcement on this road. Cars were easily flying down there, especially down the hill, 70 miles an hour. It was scary, quite frankly. And so I just want to bring this to our police department's attention and see if we can have some type of enforcement in that area. This was at Trailwoods near Avon Ferry Road. Thank you, Councilor Fort, for your support on that as well. Next, I have a signage text change. As the liaison to the Raleigh Convention Center, this topic has come up. In fact, I brought this up, I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago now when I was on the council before. And the issue is the need for some type of digital signage outside the convention center in the performing arts complex to inform people as to what events are happening there, etc. So I'm going to read a motion, but I'm going to ask that this be put on as a special item at our meeting 2 weeks from now for us to consider, and then ask staff to kind of provide some backup information. But what was provided to me was this statement. Before the pandemic, Raleigh Convention Center staff had expressed a need for enhanced digital signage for the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Complex. The enhanced signage would, among other things, allow the convention center complex to remain competitive with alternative markets. This has now become even more important because the limitations imposed by the various COVID-19 states of emergency have had a significant negative impact on operations. There is hope that with the increased distribution of vaccines, pandemic-related restrictions will be lifted and the convention center complex will be able to resume regularly hosted public events and performances. In order to be prepared and maximize the convention center complex's ability to be fully operational when that time comes and the budget allows, staff has asked council to authorize a UDO change that will specifically allow for the enhanced signage. I will tell you, I fully support this. And I'm going to ask that this item be brought back to us with backup at our next meeting. Okay. And then my fifth item was simply an update on the PNC Arena study. Wanted to let you know that the Wake County Commissioners are going to be bringing this up at a work session. They are going to have a discussion about how to move forward, and the who, what, why, when, and how. And that information will be coming back to us at a later date after they hold that hold their meeting. So I'm waiting to hear specifically when that might be. And then we will hear back from them after they go through their process. You might recall that anything related to interlocal, as we heard earlier, is a county and city function. So that's where we are. And I am done. I'm going to go along the lines as I see you. Council Member Branch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple items. The first item I wanted to mention is, I think this is Dr. Caesar's day for me, at least with the items that I have, is the first has to do with our Fair Housing Board and our work as far as the work that Councilor Stewart and Milton have been doing as far as renters. And I know there was a conversation, a presentation at one time about expanding the Fair Housing Board, because right now there's only 5 people on that board. The question is possibly looking at a slot for renters to represent renters on that board, a designated slot in that category. So if I'm putting this out here now, if we could get staff to come back and give us an update, and even an update on where we are overall as far as the presentation that we received in the past about expanding this board.
Okay, Councilmember Branch, I think Dr. Caesar walked out with our guest.
That's fine.
But we will bring back a report.
Okay, not a problem. The second item I have, at our last council meeting, the mayor talked about streets and renaming some of our streets and a report on that. And there was an article recently by WRAL about Joel Lane and Lane Street and the history of Raleigh. In that stead, there's a lot of history that anyone moving to Raleigh is not aware of how Raleigh really started. And also the impact that African Americans have had in Raleigh and the growth and the development. So the request is really geared towards our Human Relations Commission to look at developing a story, working with partners, working with WRAL and other nonprofits in the community to come back maybe in a year from now with telling the stories of African Americans in Raleigh and the development, because there's a lot of history. I give one small snippet. The church I grew up in, First Cosmopolitan Baptist Street Church, originally was in downtown Raleigh on Wilmington Street and Fayetteville Street. It's now on Crosslink Road. A lot of people aren't aware of that history, and it moved. Macedonia Church as well is another church that used to be downtown that is no longer downtown. So having a way to tell that history, and maybe through the Human Relations Commission, bringing people together and telling that story is something that I would like to ask our Human Relations and the council supports to kind of move forward on.
Could I expand on that a little, Councilor Branch?
Sure, Madam Mayor.
I think with this being Black History Month and looking at what has been unearthed, you know, and also hearing from school children that, you know, their history is not taught. I think this is a great opportunity for the Human Relations Commission to really jump into and dive into this issue and perhaps find a way to celebrate Black History Month next year with partners. Maybe WRAL, you mentioned, had done this story on Joe Lane. And I've been to the Joe Lane house. I never knew that was part of the history. And so I think this is a moment And I think the Human Relations Commission could do a great job with something like this, really providing focus and telling the story to many of us who probably don't know that. So I commend you for that, Councilor Branch, and I would like to, if you're going to make a motion, I would like to second that.
That was my motion.
Then I will second it. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Knight.
I think it's a great point and great idea. It brought to my mind that you led off, Councilor Branch, with name changes for streets and roads. I know Mayor Pro Tem Stewart and I have been interacting with some neighbors that want to change a road name in my district. And it made me think that, wonder if maybe this commission or a board of commission that's already exists, put it in their purview to come up with standards for this, as opposed to sort of the standards that we now have for road changes. They're really mostly for technical reasons. Because, for example, with the Adcock Street issue, I know there's some neighbors that oppose it, but they oppose it for administrative reasons, right? Not for historical reasons or racial reasons. They oppose it because, you know, if your street name changes, you have to do a lot of things, right, with all your personal information, and maybe take it out of that sort of neighbor versus neighbor, you know, I'll say versus, but, you know, neighborhood that could create some conflict where we could standardize it so that it becomes objective rather than sort of subjective. It's just something to think about, because we know there are buildings, there are other public lands that, you know, probably need to be looked at in terms of the names of these places. So it's just a thought, and I don't know if other you know, cities are looking at this in maybe more of a standardized way than sort of ad hoc or subjective.
So, Councilmember Knight, that's a very good point. And to that point, the city attorney is currently working on a change there. But the other thing, and Councilmember Branch and I discussed this, we can't change every street name because that would have far-reaching effects for potentially thousands of homeowners and businesses. But Councilmember Branch, say what you said about
So when you look at Raleigh's history, there are quite a few streets that are named after white men that were slave owners. And when you start looking at downtown Raleigh, there are numbers of streets that you will probably have to change half of downtown streets going forward. I think there's a way to do subtraction by addition. And what I mean by that is looking at certain streets and then coming with, you know, ways to recognize people from Raleigh that have served the city and the community, and ways to honor them. So that's the comment that I mentioned to the mayor in a previous conversation, that, you know, finding ways to recognize and honor those, you know, groups that have served and individuals that have served and given, you know, positive energy to the city in other ways.
Mm-hmm. I also, Councilmember Cox, I'll get to you in 1 second. City Attorney, you have a text change coming or related to this issue on March 2nd, correct?
Well, transportation, we didn't really have an ordinance for street name changes. We had a policy and sort of an outdated ordinance. So transportation has worked with our office. We have a draft and it is set to come before council on March 2nd. That would be the policy to change the name of any street for any reason, and set forth that procedure. So you may want to take a look at that on that date and sort of work off of that, I suppose, might be, since it's already in the queue.
Okay, Councilmember Cox.
Yeah, I just want to note that we have received email from Aaliyah Madera, who asked us to take also a look at the use of the Mordecai name on Mordecai Park, Mordecai Street, and as well as the fact that there's a Mordecai neighborhood sign on city land. And I would just request that maybe the Human Relations Commission can look into that as well as we develop these general guidelines.
Okay. We did vote on Councilmember Branch's motion, correct? I lost track there. No, we haven't yet.
No.
Okay. We'll go back to the motion. All in favor? Please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Motion passes unanimously, Clerk. Was there anything else, Councilor Branch?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Sorry. One last thing. I know our city manager was in conversations about African American Commission. I was wondering if she had an update from her meeting that she had.
Yes, we've had 2 meetings with Kimberly McTarian and a couple other ladies from the community. And it is our expectation that Ms. McTarian will be coming back to council with a formal request in the next month or so. We had 2 very good meetings.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Branch. Councilor Fort.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. I have one item that I wanted to bring to the council's attention with a request from the City Attorney and City Manager's Office. I'm not sure if you've heard about the Crown Act, but the Crown Act stands for Create a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair. There are several items of proposed federal and state legislation that are being considered to prevent discrimination based on hairstyles. Several neighboring municipalities have already adopted some policies. So I'm asking the city attorney and the city manager to provide a report to see if we can add it to the city's list of existing ordinances regarding city action and entities that contract with the city to not discriminate against individuals based on their hairstyles.
Okay. And that's a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch is seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Do you have any additional issues, Councilmember Ford?
No, that's it for today.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cox?
Yes, I would like to announce that Triangle Town Center is going to be holding a drive-in movies for a while, starting in February, actually this weekend. They have a website called triangledrive.in, and you can drive out there, park your car, tune your radio, and enjoy movies. And if you go to triangledrive.in, you can see the schedule and you can purchase tickets through that website. So that's something that's coming to District B that I wanted to promote. Otherwise, that's it for me tonight.
Well, that's awesome. I don't know about y'all, but going to drive-in movies was like the highlight of the summer when we were kids. So glad to see them doing that. That should be a lot of fun. Okay, next we have Councilmember Knight. Oh, wait a minute, he moved. Councilmember Knight.
Here. Thank you. Nothing else other than just to restate what I did earlier, that I am having a listening session this Thursday on Zoom at 7 p.m. And we will focus on equity, inclusion, and local economic development and business participation. That's it. Thank you.
Can you send that out to the council members in case anybody would like to join?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no action items today, but I did, in response to the mayor's report, want to say I appreciate the approach of making proposals and giving us some time to think about it, coming back a few weeks later, particularly on items where we're spending city funds or issues of significant public interest. So thank you, Mayor, for that. And regarding the PNC study, thanks for raising that and providing that additional information. When that report gets back from the Board of Commissioners, I think it'd be helpful, at least to me, it'd be helpful to have a little more background on the interlocal agreement. If the city manager could do a memo for us. I know we all recognize these are big, important decisions, and we want to give them the time and attention that they need. And because we only touch those issues every, a couple times a year when the amendments are in front of us, it'd just be helpful to get a little background for that. So I appreciate the mayor raising those issues and giving us a chance to look at the Arts Council and the other proposals. And that's all my report. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilmember Melton.
No report.
Okay, and next we have Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you. Sorry if there's background noise. Families.
Our life.
Yeah. This council has been supportive of increasing ways to expand opportunities for renters as well as property owners to participate in the city's public engagement and decision-making processes. We took the first steps toward this goal last year when the council approved TC 1120, which added a tenant notification requirement to the UDO. Because of that text change, the UDO now requires mailed and posted notice to renters as well as property owners when the city has hearings or is considering land use decisions, such as rezonings, comprehensive plan amendments, variances, subdivisions, and site plans. We also hope to expand this additional notification to other city applications that are outside of the UDO. Councilmember Melton and I held a virtual renters town hall on November 20th. For the purpose of better understanding the needs of the renter community and to solicit ideas to increase renter engagement. We gained valuable information at the town hall and have also continued to work with city staff to develop additional methods to increase renter engagement and awareness. Some of these ideas include, first, working on ways to increase renter participation on city boards and commissions. So thank you, Councilmember Branch, for bringing that up on the Fair Housing Board. Second, asking the city manager to consider appointing a staff person to serve as a renter-tenant liaison, who could be a single source to provide information to renters and to publicize the liaison's availability. And third, creating methods to better communicate with renters on a regular basis. This could include the establishment of a voluntary rental registration program that would allow owners and tenants to register their properties for free on the city's website. City staff could then use this information to provide notices and useful information to renters about city programs and events, as well as information about resources that provide different types of assistance to renters. We are committed to continuing to expand opportunities to engage renters, and while we still have more to do, I would like to make a motion that council authorize city staff to begin work with the assistance of the city attorney's office to implement the 3 strategies I just described.
Do we have a second? That would be Councilmember Melton. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Stewart and Councilor Melton, for the work you've been leading on tenant representation and tenant rights. Very important. Thank you. Okay, now we have appointments. Are you ready, Clerk?
I am ready. The first item is the Arts Commission. You have 1 vacancy. Tony Gadsden received 7 votes, so would be appointed. The next item is Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Boards. You have 3 vacancies. We have nominations. Mary Jo Gellenbeck was nominated by Councilmember Melton. Brian Thomas was nominated by Council Members Melton and Fort, and Joe Caruso was nominated by Councilmember Melton. So those would appear on the next agenda for consideration.
I am co-nominating Mary Jo Gellenbeck.
Excuse me?
I am co-nominating Mary Jo Gellenbeck.
Okay. All right, the next item is the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Centers Authority. You have 1 vacancy. Sandra DeBose received 6 votes, so would be appointed. The next item is the Transit Authority. You have 1 vacancy. Jennifer Truman received 6 votes, so would be appointed. The last is Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, 1 vacancy. Katie Talavera received 7 votes, so would be appointed. So that's all we have on appointments. So we'll go to nominations. The Appearance Commission, you have one vacancy. The term of Jamie Ferguson is expiring. She is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. And as you had requested in the past, the Appearance Commission says a skill set needed would be a civil engineering with transportation experience. So think about that when you're making your nominations, please. Okay, the next one would be Arts Commission. You have one vacancy. The term of Angela Salamanica, I probably murdered that, is expired, and she is eligible for reappointment and would like to be considered.
From Councilmember Melton.
I move to reappoint.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has seconded that. All in favor? Is anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. You have one vacancy. The term of Kelly Woodall is expiring. She is eligible and would like to be considered for reappointment. And you received her attendance record. And so you have that vacancy. Okay. There are no nominations.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart,
Move to reappoint Kelly Woodall.
do we have a second? Councilmember Branch, all in favor? Opposed? Clerk, that is unanimous.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the City of Oaks Foundation. The council has three appointees, and your current three appointees, Thomas A. McCormick, Louis Wilkerson, and Diane Sauer, are expiring, and they're ready to let somebody else work on this board. So none of the three wish to be considered for reappointment. However, the board did submit three names for consideration, for your consideration for appointment: Yvonne Lewis Holly, Marshall Harvey, and Oscar Corona, our Parks and Recreation Director. And you received information on these three in the agenda packet.
Councilor Buckingham.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a impressive list of nominees, three very talented individuals, and I move that we make these appointments on recommendation of the City Oaks Foundation.
Thank you. Councilor Fort has seconded. All in favor? Is anyone opposed? That was unanimous, Clerk.
Thank you. The next is the Human Relations Commission. You have one vacancy. As a resignation has been received from Chris Cousy. He cited more time needed for his business as the reason for his resignation. Therefore, you have one vacancy for consideration. And on the Human Relations Commission, you have two alternates, and I think you have agreed in the past that when you have alternates, the person with the longest length of service is moved up to a regular membership if you so desire. And you have two alternates, Gabrielle McGallis and Scott Phillips. And the two alternates were just recently added, and both of them have perfect attendance. Ms. McGallis has, I think, about 19 or 20 days length of service longer than Mr. Phillips. So it's almost a toss-up.
Well, let's go with consistency in what we've done in the past. So that would be the person with the longest serving term.
That would be Gabriella. And so now you have, do you want to vote on that or?
Yes, I will make the motion to approve Gabriella to the full Human Relations Commission. Thank you, Councilor Fort, for the second. Raise your hand if you approve. Is anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Well,
that
now
was
we
unanimous.
have an alternate vacancy for an alternate on human relations.
So I just want to mention that Chris was representing LGBT community, and I would like to ensure that we continue to have that voice represented on the Human Relations Commission. So in making a nomination, please think about that.
Okay, then the next item, Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, you have 3 vacancies as the terms of Dexter Herbert, Christopher Dillon, and Beverly Clark are expiring. Mr. Dillon nor Mr. Herbert are eligible for reappointment due to length of service. Ms. Clark is eligible and would like to be considered. So we can move forward. You have the 3 vacancies, 2 are not eligible for reappointment. Okay.
Councilmember Buffkin, you're the liaison to our Parks Board. Is there any particular groups or that are underrepresented on the board that we should be thinking about in terms of nominations?
That's a great question, Mayor. I would be glad to get in touch with the board chair and report back to council on that. So there are 2 vacancies now. I would recommend that we reappoint Ms. Clark.
So that's a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Cox is seconded. Okay, all in favor? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk.
Okay, and I would like to add, I think in your agenda package, you received a map showing the distribution of the current membership by district, and you may want to look at that as you're considering your nominations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next item is Planning Commission. You have 2 vacancies. The terms of Tika Hicks and Clarence Mann are expiring. Ms. Hicks, who is an architect, is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. Mr. Mann is eligible and would like to be considered for reappointment. And you do have a note from the commission that indicates that the skill sets that are helpful include anyone versed in development issues, including architects, landscape architects, or attorneys, particularly attorneys in real estate law. So you have
Councilmember Branch.
I move to reappoint CJ Mann.
I'll second that. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. I am going to nominate Dean Rains to the Planning Commission. He fulfills that slot as an architect.
Okay. All righty, that will be on the next ballot then. The next item is Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center Authority. You have 2 vacancies. The terms of Sinclair Owen and Joe Durham are expiring. Mr. Durham does not wish to be considered for reappointment. Ms. Owen is eligible for reappointment as far as length of service, and there was concern about her attendance record, but in checking with her, found out that she had been a student and was having some conflicts with her class schedule, but is now graduated and would hope to improve that attendance record if reappointed.
Okay.
Okay, so you have 2 items.
Okay, so Sinclair Owen has indicated that attendance record would be improved. What I would ask is we reappoint her, but a year from now, let's check what the attendance record is. and go from there. Please let her know when you communicate with her, Gail, that we expect her attendance record to be stellar.
Do you want to reappoint her for a 1-year term, or do you want to go ahead for a 2-year term with review at the end of 1 year?
I would make the motion for a 2-year term with a review after 1 year. And I need a second on that. Okay, Councilor Branch has seconded. All in favor?
Okay.
Councilor Cox, I couldn't see if your hand was up. Oh, there was, the shining light was there. Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that in a long time.
We're getting better.
All right.
I'm gonna have to turn it somehow. All right. There.
Okay. So clerk, that was unanimous.
All righty.
And then I have a candidate that I have spoken to replace Mr. Durham. She is going to let me know after she talks to Carrie about the time commitment. So I'll have somebody at our next meeting.
Now that I've done, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now that I've shown my cup, I'm going to mess it up. So on the convention and performing arts, if you have a candidate, you can, if you want to, just simply put it on the ballot for the next meeting, and we'll have it going from there. Okay, the next, I think, is the last, is the Raleigh Transit Authority. You have 2 vacancies. The terms of Christopher Jones and Daniel Coleman are expiring. Both are eligible for reappointment. Mr. Jones does not wish to be considered for reappointment due to new job responsibilities. He is a regular member, and again, the past practice is to elevate the longest serving alternate, which in this case would be Sarah Padro, to a regular meeting and declare a vacancy for an alternate. I did go ahead and include her attendance record for your consideration and whether to move her up or how you want to handle it.
Councilmember Branch?
Yeah, I just move to reappoint Sarah to the Planning Commission. I mean, to the Raleigh Transit Authority as
a regular member.
As a regular member.
Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, all in favor? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk.
Okay, then the second part of that, you would now have a vacancy for an alternate member, which will be on the next agenda. Also,
I am have a nomination for that.
Oh, okay.
I am nominating LaPonda. It's L-A, capital P-O-N-D-A, Edmondson, E-D-M-O-N-D-S-O-N.
As an alternate member. Okay, we will have her on the next time. The second vacancy is the term of Danny Coleman is expiring, and he is a regular member and would like to be considered for reappointment. So,
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes, I also just want to make sure that we raise that this committee is really needing someone who lives with disabilities. So wonder if we should reach out at some point soon to the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities to make sure we have representation on RTA.
And I have done that, and they gave me, I'm sorry, that slipped my mind. They have given me a name, but I had asked for additional information to make sure he fits the criteria you're looking for, and have not received information back. But I did reach out, and I'm sorry I cannot remember the name right now.
I think that that was either for RTA or it might have been for BPAC. I think we're looking for
Oh, that's
somebody.
fine. It was, I'm sorry, it was BPAC to replace Robert Parrish. I think that's correct. So I'm sorry. We will reach out here also to see if we have any recommendations. Okay, and that's all excuse me.
Madam Mayor.
I see Council Member Branch and Council Member Buffkin with their hands raised.
I didn't know if there was a number named, but I know Danny Coleman comes up for reappointment. So I was going to make that as normal condition to reappoint him.
Councilmember Branch has made that appointment. Councilmember Fort has seconded. Raise your hands if you're in favor. That fails 4-4.
Could you give me the ones who voted in favor? I couldn't see them all. The fours are Branch.
Councilmember Melton, were you raising your hand to remark or just?
I'm voting to reappoint.
Okay, so it was Branch, Melton, Fort, and Cox.
Okay, four in favor of reappointing. So we will carry that over to the next agenda.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. May I beg the council's indulgence? I had intended to make a nomination to the Appearance Commission, and I looked away for a moment. The clerk was rolling through them so fast, and I missed my chance. So if I could make that nomination out of order. The individual is Marcus Tuttle, and he is an engineer, and he does interface with NCDOT. I don't know that it's an exact perfect fit with the qualifications, but he is well qualified for the board and interested in the work. And I wanted to make that nomination today and give the council a chance to look over his information, which has been submitted to the clerk's office.
And that's Marcus Tuttle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. I'll go slower next time.
I'll go faster next time.
Councilmember Buffkin, also, there is nobody from District A currently on RTA or the Planning Commission. So just FYI on that with the RTA.
Working on it. Eat the elephant one bite at a time.
The elephant?
Yep. That's how you eat an elephant, one bite at a time.
Okay. Old African proverb.
Okay, that is all for nominations and appointments, and I'll try not to have so many next time, but you're doing good.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
I don't have a report today, Mayor.
Okay, then the report and recommendation of the city clerk.
You received several sets of minutes. February 2 regular session and February 9 work session for consideration of approval.
Do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, do we have a second? Councilmember Branch, all in favor? Okay, next we have closed session. I'm going to read the motion to enter into closed session pursuant to GS 143-318.11A1 and A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged and confidential pursuant to the laws of North Carolina or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the general statutes. So moved. Do I have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, all in favor? Okay. We will take a 5-minute break so they can set up for closed session. Everybody, please mute and stop your video. Thank you, everyone. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. We are now adjourned for this evening. Thank you.